Let's see what we've got on our list for today. Almost 4 o'clock. Pacific Standard Time. How's everyone doing? Just gonna wait for some people to join and share my information here for whatever it might be worth. Hopefully. Hi Eric Cochran. Had a feeling I'd see you. How are you doing? Let me share my information. Hey, hi Dusty. How's it going? How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Oh, I almost forgot I had coffee. Good afternoon, young lady. You're looking good, sounding good. Thank you, Glenn. Hi, Big Al One. Nice vest, great style. Thank you. Yeah, I love this vest. Always nice when I don't feel like wearing a fucking bra. You get honesty with me. Okay. I'm going to share my info. And we're going to take off from there. Same old, same old. And you never know. You may learn something new. How's it going? Hey, Finesse and Prez. You do look very nice today. Thank you. Yeah, I thought I looked absolutely terrible in my last live stream. Oh, man. But it's that time of the month. Unfortunately. Woke up with really bad cramps. So I don't know how long this live stream's gonna be. Probably not that long. I might do one this afternoon right now, and then another one later. But we'll see. We'll see. Play it by ear. I'm here right now. See? Share my information. I'm gonna pin it. See it and make sure I spelled that right. I can't even see that. G333. And now, please don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to. It's very much appreciated. Shandova Dow. Ooh. Okay. Dova Dowd. Then my Instagram, if you guys would like to check out my art, potentially commission. I'm always offering commissions. It's my Instagram, if you'd like to check that out, is Anna with 2 N's, ANNA dot Katrina, KATRINA dot art. And my Discord, if you'd like to join some of those shenanigans on the server, it would be Emerald _ wing _ 13473. So that's, we're gonna do that and we're gonna pin it. Yeah, you know what? I could also share my X account actually, since I'm using that a little bit more. I usually just post stuff from YouTube on there, but I didn't know you could actually get paid by posting to X. So it's probably not a bad idea. Never cared for it when it was Twitter. Never used it. Had an account, but never used it. Now it seems like it's pretty legit. Free speech. Hi there. How do they base their pay on X? You know, I'm not sure. I have to delve more deeply into that just to see what that's all about. Let me see. How do you get paid on X? Monetized on X. To monetize an account on X, you can use native programs like ad revenue sharing and creator subscriptions, or drive traffic to off-platform offers. Yeah, the reason why I discovered this was because I subscribed. I mean, and they have a sale where it's like for 2 months, it's like 50% off or some shit. But I subscribed so that I could send Asmongold videos that he can comment on. I don't know if he's ever gonna comment on any videos that I send him, but man, wouldn't that be an honor? So I did that, and with that subscription, there may be other perks such as getting paid. I'm not sure. I gotta delve more deeply into this. I could be wrong. I could be mistaken. Seems almost like it's too good to be true. Um, hmm. So, to monetize an account on X, you can use native programs like ad revenue sharing and creator subscriptions, or drive traffic to off-platform offers. I have to look into this. How about Reddit? Is anyone here making money on X? Is it decent enough to support you? I noticed that it's easier for me to engage on X because of the nature of content, short form conversational, topical. However, before I invest time, I want to know if it's worth it. Those of you with decent followers and impressions, what other benefits have you acquired apart from the monetary income? Okay, so this person says, I make around $2,000 monthly. Dude, that fucking A. I want that. That's almost as much as I was making at the fucking cafe every month. I make around $2,000 monthly from ad revenue from a couple accounts. I like the platform, and for business, I think it is superior to other platforms. How much, this person asks, how much does one account pay? It varies, of course. You get paid based on verified impressions, so people that subscribe to XBlue and see your content. I run theme pages, so it is nice to get paid for making content instead of selling your own products on the page. I actually think X has improved a lot in the year, but I guess that is not really the same opinion here. LOL. No, this was like 2 years ago though, so 2 years ago. Better to be a little more current. Creator revenue sharing. With creator revenue sharing, eligible creators can earn money by creating content on X. Creator revenue sharing is available globally to creators who meet the eligibility requirements. Okay, it looks like I might be eligible if I'm able to do that. X may modify or cancel creator revenue sharing at any time in its sole discretion, including for business, financial, or legal reasons. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Eligibility. You can check if you are eligible in your monetization settings. To be eligible, your account must have an active premium business or premium organization subscription. Have at least 5 million organic impressions within the last 3 months. Have at least 500 verified followers. I really don't have that many followers or subscriptions on X because I barely ever used it. Be in a supported country, check probably. Be compliant with the X user agreement, check. So, have an active premium business, premium. I mean, I've got a subscription now, so that may have been one of the qualifiers there. Earnings calculation. We reward creators for posting high quality content that drives meaningful interactions and conversation. Earnings are influenced by factors such as verified home timeline impressions, impressions from verified users in the home timeline carry weight and payout calculations. Who views your content? Who views your content? For example, views from premium plus subscribers may carry more value than those from basic subscribers. Content format. Different formats may be weighted differently. Payouts. Payouts are currently processed every 2 weeks, and the minimum payout is $30. We make payments through our payment processor, Stripe. Payouts are subject to Stripe's terms. Once you are eligible, you'll need to complete the following steps in your monetization settings to receive payouts. Yeah, I need to look into this and follow through with a few other steps probably. But yeah, I mean, it was like when I was looking at this, it was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that. It was, I didn't have enough energy to really delve too deeply into that, but now I'm kind of excited. I'll look into that. Time to hustle. What's up? Hey guys, what's my blood type? Oh geez, I'm not sure. I should know that. I feel like I should know that. I don't know, man. Fuck. I'll ask next time. I really don't know. Why am I smoking? I don't know, dude. Because I was a chain cigarette smoker, and I was a heroin addict, and I've had many addictions, which nearly ended my life. And I'm not saying that as an excuse. It's just that it's damage control at the moment. I do want to quit. I'd save a lot of money by quitting, and it's not good for me. It's probably really not good for my teeth either, considering just the sweet aspect of it, Vapor fluid can't be good for your teeth. But that's, just so many bad things about it. You're not telling me anything I don't know. It's unbecoming, that's also a thing. I am an elder millennial. Well, I was just having some coffee. I just had my cup of coffee. Can I please give you an update on my sister's friend's death? Yeah. Brandon, remember I talked about him last night. Brandon died probably a couple days ago. Probably not yesterday. His funeral's tomorrow. Yeah, I do remember, man. Well, I'll say a prayer for him, okay? I'm sorry that's happening to your sister and you subsequently, man. I'm really sorry. I know how it feels to lose a loved one. It seems to be happening more and more and more and more as I get older, which is just, I guess it's par for the course, Just because, and just so you know, just because you're not crying your eyes out doesn't mean you're not grieving. Sometimes the more we deal with this sort of thing, which we will, the more we become used to it, and the more we're able to sort of handle our emotions. But yeah, it used to be that I'd completely lose it, just lose myself in depression, and I couldn't get back up, and there were times when I relapsed when my friend passed away, and there are people who are beholden to you. So I try not to give up. I expect that my parents are gonna go. People I care about are gonna go. I might go. before them, man. You never know. Life is finicky. You can't predict things. That's that. It is what it is. I'm sorry that's happening to you, though. It sucks. How long do you sleep at night? Not enough lately. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Yeah. Not enough. Thank you, Shane Cunt. Sorry. It's like a loose eyelash or something in there. Okay. So anyway. Wow, you know what's interesting? In my YouTube studio, I go to my analytics and it shows me the times that my viewers are usually here on my channel, like when I get the most viewers. And they show me that it's between the hours of like 3 and 6 o'clock. Well, it's kind of in the middle of that. It's 4 o'clock right now. And I got 20 viewers right now. When I do this at night, like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I've got like 70 people watching me, 80, sometimes 100. That's kind of crazy, kind of nuts. Like, do they have that all wrong, or what the heck? You're very strange for a girl, but hey, to each their own. Why do you think that? Do you have any like criteria for how you think women should be? Should we all be the same? Are we supposed to not have personalities? Are women not supposed to have personalities? Are women supposed to all act and look and think the same? That's a pretty silly statement right there, man. A lot of women are nerds. A ton of women are nerds. Most of the friends I had growing up were nerds. Played Dungeons and Dragons. Watched Jim Carrey movies. Played old video games. Played Pokemon cards. Whatever, you know. We went caving. Women like to have fun and have adventures too. And if you don't think that, I mean, if you don't know that, you're chronically online. You're chronically online and you're seeing these examples of how women ought to act and behave, or what we should like and enjoy. You know, like, oh, we should all just be in here putting, trying on outfits and putting on makeup. Most women don't have time for that, and they don't find that it's exhausting, you know. If I had nice outfits, though, I wouldn't mind trying them on, you know. I've seen some of those live streams, and it's always like Chinese women, it seems, if I'm not mistaken, and they're trying on all these gorgeous outfits while talking really fast, or I mean, might seem like they're talking fast to me. I studied Chinese for 3 years, actually. I had a lot of fun with that. I had a great teacher. 我可以说中文说得非常糟糕. You know, 糟糕 means terrible in Chinese. I just said, I speak Chinese terribly. But 糟糕, actually, it means terrible, and it's a character comprised of 2 radicals, and it literally translates to rotten cake. But 糟糕 is a term that you'd only apply to tragic, just awful, terrible things like a car accident, that sort of thing. If you're gonna say not good, you just say boo hao. Foo just means no. How means good, so not good. Why don't you war story about drug abuse some more? I do that when people ask about my story. And the reason why that might help is because it reminds people that we can get out of that place and end up and kind of where I am in a relatively normal headspace environment. You never know, like when you get clean, so many doors open up for you, but you have to get past that hurdle, the painful part of withdrawal, and then all the boredom and the anxiety that is kind of to be expected. But yeah, if anyone wants to know about that, I can talk about that again. To be honest, I do get kind of tired of talking about that, but if people ask, I'm happy to share because I think that might actually help them. But yeah, I mean, if you want me to, I can. Why is quitting alcohol so hard? Yeah, I was an alcoholic for 3 years when I tried to substitute it for the heroin. It was right after my best friend passed away, and used to be that I could keep a bottle of Jack Daniels in my cupboard and I wouldn't even touch it just for health reasons. It was like a security blanket. If I ever wanted on a rainy day, if I'm not feeling like, I'm gonna have a drink and I'm fine with one drink. It used to be like I could totally handle it. And people would go into the cabinet and they'd find it and then they'd end up drinking it before I got any. Now it's like after my best friend passed away and the trying to quit heroin and all that, I tried to use that as a bit of a crutch and it didn't work out so well. I ended up getting blackout drunk every single night. I'd wake up in strange places. There's so many fucking stories I could tell you right there, man. I mean, my life wasn't, I was living a dangerous life before. But when I started drinking that much alcohol and also doing the Suboxone here and then taking heroin there after, I stopped doing the Suboxone until I got sick, and then I'd get back onto heroin and relapse, and I'd be drinking at the same time, and I OD'd because of that. I OD'd at least 3 or 4 times. There was a time I drank a whole entire fifth over the course of one night. This is right after my best friend died, like maybe a day or 2 afterwards. And so I didn't get any sleep, just drink. First thing in the early morning, late morning, I take the train into town, go to the usual bar my friend and I used to hang out. I order a whiskey. I sit outside, wait for my dealer. I take my hit. I haven't had a hit of heroin for a month at that point, so my tolerance is really low. And I know to give myself just a small increment so that I don't OD. A lot of good that did me. So I took my hit after drinking my shot of whiskey. This is after drinking whiskey all night long, okay? I don't know what my alcohol level would be, but man, shit. So they have a 1-person restroom. I took my hit in there and I sat on the floor and I started injecting. Consciously giving myself just a small increment, like a quarter of it. But before I knew it, I woke up in an ambulance. I was told, the bartender who happened to be working there, he was a friend of mine. We used to draw together. He just started working there. I don't think any other bartender would have been paying attention to who's going in and out of that restroom. Of course, you have to ask for the key and all. But he was watching me. He knew that my best friend had just died. I told him I had been a heroin addict. No, none of the other bartenders there ever knew. He was the only one working there that day. He saw me go in there. He told me that he waited for 20 minutes and I never came out. So he went in, knocked on the door, no sound. So he called in help, and they broke in and found me on the floor with a needle in my arm. And I woke up in an ambulance, went to the hospital, puked in their trash can, then asked them if I could go. Went right back to using. Yeah, I mean, it was really hard, man, after my best friend passed away. So knowing how to deal with loss is very important. It's just a hard fact of life, you know? There's nothing you can do about it. Thank you very much, man. Thank you, Makrella. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. I need to start doing these earlier in the day. Night and day. Oh, thought Shanda wanted out. He's a good boy. Stay away from all that. You're too beautiful. Thank you, J. Chris. You know, the good thing is I'm not having any cravings. No cravings whatsoever. You know, I have too much hope and anticipation for doors that could possibly open for me in this life. I'm done with that. I'm getting too damn old for it. You know, your body just sort of starts to not handle those things as well. Even like the shrooms, you know? Used to be when I was a kid, well, not kid, but kind of, you know, like when I was college age, when I was a college kid, used to be that I could pretty much handle anything. Now it's, and weed too. Now it's different. It's just I tend to feel kind of run down and lethargic, and sometimes if I do the shrooms, my arms feel weak, which is something I'm not used to. It's unusual. I'm like, is it trying to leech my muscles, or? We just thought we handled it. Everyone around us knew we were unhinged. Yeah, right. There you go. There you go. That's something I learned too, man. Especially with the heroin. When you're on heroin around a bunch of people who are not, you think you look normal. When in fact everyone can see you're nodding out and you look completely dead in the eyes and pinpoint pupils. Well, some people actually make the mistake of thinking that your pupils are dilated when you're on just about any drug. Actually, there are drugs that make your pupils super small, and there are drugs that make your pupils super large. Like, and if you're coming off of opioids, your pupils will dilate when you're coming off, when you're going through withdrawal. If I were to stop doing the Suboxone cold turkey, my pupils would be dilated right now. With the heroin, they become pinpoint. That's a telltale sign right there that someone's using. They have pinpoint pupils. When I was in school, when I was going to college, I'd do my hit of heroin and then go to class. And I remember nodding out in class and really struggling to force myself to it, you know, force myself awake, trying to look as normal as possible. But man, there were some times when it was almost impossible, and no one said a damn thing. Teacher never said, hey, I need to have a talk with you. Nothing. No one said a thing. It was almost like either they were completely oblivious or they just didn't want trouble or something. I don't know. I think that's just, regardless of what it was, most people would probably, if they even if they knew, they'd probably not say anything, you know, unless they actually really knew me and cared about me in that sense. But just regular classmates that I don't really associate with, sure, they noticed. Shit, I would have noticed. Even if I never did heroin, I would have noticed if someone was just constantly nodding out. Maybe they're sleepy is probably what I would have thought if I never did heroin. Love the sleeveless jacket. Thank you. Exactly. They liked us anyway, so they overlooked it thinking they were being kind. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like when someone is killing themselves with too much alcohol and they're fun to hang around with when they're drunk. So people just sort of sweep it under the rug, the disconcerting aspect of it. It's like, that's just George. He's just being George. And next thing you know, he loses his everything in his life, loses all of his opportunities, and who was there to give him the truth? You know, who was there to help him, you know? We do. Some of us need support when we're dealing with something like alcohol or drugs. Addiction's a real bitch. I tried to go through the cure alone with the heroin and with the alcohol. I tried doing it alone without any treatment, no counseling, no help, and it just didn't work out. I didn't want anyone to know about it. I wanted to get better without anyone finding out. But that's a mistake. We do need help, I think. Right, it's a double-edged sword because the tolerance increases and so they seem more functional. Yeah. Hey, Robert. The Tribeca Festival is held every year in June in various movie theaters in New York City. Have you ever been to the Tribeca Festival before? You should go one day. They also screen video games and TV shows. No, I have not been there. Never been to New York City. I certainly wouldn't go there now with Mom Dummy and all the, you know. I better be careful about what I say, but they support people like Hassan there now, who is a supporter of terrorism. And it's becoming more and more commie. It's kind of disconcerting, to be honest. So, I mean, New York's really doing bad right now, man. New York, LA, Minnesota. Wouldn't want to go to any of those places right now. But I'd love to go to New York someday. I love New York, man. Never been there, but I've always wanted to. I've always wanted to visit the Guggenheim and the Metropolitan Museum of Art and, you know, just Central Park and all the hot spots. Especially the art museums. Sorry, I'm like trying to find something. Oh my Jesus, you beautiful. Thank you, Martin. Rehab was amazing for every other substance, but for some reason the alcohol, I'm still struggling with years later. It's like I don't get enough sober time for that to stick. I think another reason for that, if I'm not mistaken, might be the fact that a lot of our friends drink. We drink during celebrations. We toast. There's a lot of, like, romance and fun associated with it. Some of our friends might treat us like we're weak or we're crazy or whatever because we can't partake. It's a social lubricant. You go to work after a long day, you want to have a drink. Friends want to go out to drink after college or after work. People, it's socially available. You can just go down to the nearest bar and have a drink. It's not like heroin where you have to be super secretive and sneak off to the dealer and, you know, it's different in that aspect. Kind of like cigarettes, but cigarettes don't inebriate you and, you know, make you lose your faculties so much. Hey, Lewis. Lewis, I hope you find relief soon. Maybe treat yourself. You see, I had a pretty heavy day today, Anne. Couldn't get up from bed since the morning. I know how that feels, Lewis. I'm sorry. That's kind of what I'm struggling with lately myself, man. I'm having a really hard time getting up in the morning. Really, really, really hard time. You know, unless I have something scheduled, like a dentist appointment or my therapist or fucking even a job interview, anything like that. If I don't have anything, I have a really hard time being motivated and getting up. Some things just seem really pointless some days, you know? It's sometimes you just can't even sort it out. You just have to let it pass over, you know, and be patient with yourself. I hope you get through it, man. That's hard. Yeah. Thank you very much, Macrella. It's good to see you again after break. I have some changes in my life, good changes. I appreciate life. Well, that makes me happy to see, man. That's awesome. Thank you. And I think we'll all get there, you know? You gotta focus on the positive, and, you know, that doesn't mean that we're sugarcoating everything or being delusional or, you know, not acknowledging the reality of things or anything like that. We see things for what they are now. What can we do in this moment to improve our situation and to make more doors open for us, you know? What objectives do I need to complete? What can I do right now that's gonna help me to become financially stable and have my own place, and maybe even meet a guy or something like that, you know? What can I do right now to get my paintings out there and get more commissions and all that? I mean, this helps. But, you know, it might also help for me to do more painting streams and, you know. You're a heartthrob. Oh, thank you. I just got up going to shower. Don't take out my Shelly today, so she'll have to wait until tomorrow probably. Didn't take out my Shelly today, so she'll have to wait until tomorrow probably. I hear you, man. I hear you. I've been there. Showers actually help me, though. Sometimes I just can't get going with my day unless I have a morning shower. It's almost like it just exhilarates me, you know, when I'm feeling super, super groggy. I hope you have a really good shower. I hope it makes you feel more alive. Heroin on the body is far greater compared to alcohol. Alcohol will get to you in the end and probably get you in trouble more often with the law. Yeah, exactly. And you might wake up in prison not knowing where the hell, the hell happened. At least with heroin, you're probably just gonna go home and curl up and not out. But, you know, it's still more dangerous, of course. Heroin's way more dangerous, I would think. But more people do alcohol, so in terms of who does it kill most, which substance kills the most people, it's probably alcohol, actually. Let me look that up. 1 minute. And former Navy SEAL made this 2-minute video. We used it on training missions when shit gets rough. Type Jocko Willink Good. I'll write that down. Jocko Willink Good. I'll look that up. Thank you. Multiple streams of income. Think outside the box. What's your Instagram? I love art. I do all sorts when I'm not in analysis paralysis. Yeah, it would be good for me to really think outside the box, you know, kind of like when I was talking about X. I didn't know that you could do that, so I should really do that, absolutely. Think outside the box. Um, different modes of revenue. I like to keep notes. Sorry. Um, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that's very, very important. And I do have an Instagram. I show a lot of my art there. It's pinned here in the chat. It's Anna, ANNA dot Katrina, KATRINA dot art. Anna dot Katrina dot art. It's pinned here in the chat. Same with my Discord and all that other information. Sorry, I got like a dry ass nose. Got little fine hairs that just like, it's annoying, tickle it. Energy gets stuck, movement and water does help. Yeah, movement and water, definitely. If I'm just laying around all day, dude, I get so depressed. I need movement. Or, I mean, humans need movement. Humans aren't meant to just sit around all the time. Humans aren't meant to sit at a desk all day. You know, so it's really good for me to stretch. Speaking of which, why don't we do that? We'll do a little stretchings. Yeah. Do a little weightlifting, a little stretching. Cause yeah, that's very, very much advised. I could just hold on to this thing. Stretch, 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 stretch. Okay, I'm just kind of. This makes my spine feel better. Oh, just kind of let the neck hang like that. So, yeah. Every once in a while, I'll do that. I don't know. One time I was playing so many video games, like when I was playing Cyberpunk 2077 and Ghostwire Tokyo and all those Nancy Drew games. I was pulling all-nighters and I didn't move around enough. And I'm used to moving a lot. I'm used to walking a lot. And my feet and ankles became so swollen. It was ridiculous. It actually looked pretty disconcerting. Definitely do both. You are doing well and God loves a trier. Thank you. Sending love and support from... Well, thank you. Well, I'm not a heroin head anymore, man. I use my platform here to try to encourage other people to get better from that lifestyle. It's not good. Snapchat, I do not have Snapchat. I never really had it. I never really had a Snapchat, to be honest. I don't know. There's something about it that I just don't trust. I might just be paranoid, though. I don't know. I've solved all sorts of impossible situations with creative solutions that are truly unique because I refuse to accept impossibility. There you go. I like that. I'm so lazy. I started working recently and first day cooked me at a supermarket. I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't know you and your situation per se, but it might not mean you're lazy. It might just mean that you're a little bit overstimulated in a new environment, man. That's how I always feel when I have a new job, like what to do, where to go, who to talk to. You know, I mean, just anxiety, general anxiety, and not wanting to get kicked out, you know, on my first day, you know? I don't know if that means you're lazy. Take it easy as Trevor, take it easy as possible at first. You'll get in the swing. Exactly. Oh, you're very cute. I wish I could. Aw, thank you. Hey, my friend, what up? Hey, Mr. Casey, how's it going? Yeah, I tried to go hard to impress my coworkers and boss. Well, you know, that's better than feeling really uncertain. I mean, that your boss and your coworkers, I hope, I'm pretty sure you've impressed them, man. I mean, if you apply yourself and you're trying, I think people can see that. People can generally get the sense that, well, for one thing, you're new. There aren't like huge expectations for you to perform perfectly. And if you apply yourself and you're, trying your best, people can see that, man. And people actually value that very much. Trevor, oh law, don't try to impress in a corporate atmosphere. Do as little as possible except for helping fellow coworkers and get the paychecks because they don't give a crap about you. That's also something I should have learned, or I mean, should have adhered to, because when I worked at that cafe, I was taken advantage of. I was the only one who was expected to clean anything when I worked there. It's like, no, if I'm gonna be the only one to do it, if I'm the only one doing it, people will think that they don't have to do it, and they just expect me to do everything. And that's pretty much the way it was when I worked at that cafe. It was like I worked solo in the afternoons, 5 days a week usually, and the morning crew didn't clean a damn thing. I'd take like 2 days off and I'd go back to work, and they have the steamed milk from we were making espresso beverages and lattes and stuff. So they had a bucket for where they dumped the leftover steamed milk under the espresso machine. So after 2 or 3 days of me being away from the cafe, I'd come in there, my first shift of the week, find that there's a bucket full of old milk that's been sitting in 90-degree heat for days. And I go to the sink and I dump it, and a big bloated mouse comes slipping right out of that milk. It's just disgusting, man. How many times I had to deal with that shit. No, like no one ever bothered with it, It's like no one ever cleaned. It was a bit of a pain in the butt when I had to go into my shift the very first hour, and it's rush hour. Customers are lining out the door, and nothing's ready, nothing's prepped, no silverware, no utensils. Yo, if I were to do that, if I were to leave the place like that during my shift, the boss would have been giving me a lecture. So yeah, don't let anyone take advantage of you. But also, yeah, apply yourself, apply yourself, but don't take shit, establishing boundaries is good, and I should learn how to do that a lot better. Ow. You can do it, Anne. We're all pulling for you. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a little behind, guys. Yeah. I learned the hard way. They literally tried working me to death, and I have permanent health consequences to make shitty people look a little less shitty while watching laziest people get raises. Yeah. I guess that's why they call it a dog-eat-dog world. So yeah, we don't wanna live like that. For sure, that's a good lesson to learn. Sometimes it just becomes habit for us to do too much, or overly compensate for other people's lack of productivity or care, for that matter. And we're not responsible for them. We're not responsible for what other people lack or refuse to do. The cafe I worked at was a little local cafe, like house-turned cafe. The upstairs was occupied by a chiropractor. On the side of the building you had the hair salon, and then in the middle we had the cafe, and then there was the basement where we had our stock room and all the stuff. place shut down, but it was the oldest standing cafe existing in Portland until that time. You could only find that cafe in Portland, by the way. It's not around anymore. Oh, that mouse was so gross. Thank you very much, Makrela. Today, I had a very interesting group of elder women to guide around the palace. They were very grateful. Every day, we need to say to ourselves, it will be a wholesome day. I need a rest. Bye. You take care, McCrellan. Thank you for the donations, man. I really appreciate that. Mm-hmm. I can see everyone taking advantage of you. Oh, come on. Actually, I can stand up for myself, but I do too much sometimes when it comes to chores and stuff, you know? It's like I feel like I have this obligation. For instance, if I see a sink full of dishes, I'm like, well, shit, no one's gonna get to eat off of anything, and you know, it's a pain in the butt, not just for me, but for everybody else I'm living with, and that just sort of makes the atmosphere a little less pleasant, you know? Whether people wanna, you know, it's whatever. I try to at least put in an hour of housework per day, at least. Yep, I'm from Oregon. I find it unfair if, like, my coworkers notice I'm doing more than what I should, and so they start to not do their job much. Yeah, same. Like, they're like children, dude. That's exactly the same, like, what it was like living with 8 siblings, you know? We all had to do our part. We all had to do chores. But if you, like, I knew better. I knew what they were doing even then. You know, that's like, if you don't pretend that you're not good at it, if you don't do a good job, mom won't ask you to do that chore again, you know? She asks you to clean the bathroom, leave a few shit stains. Okay. Mom's not going to ask you to do that job again. She's going to ask me now, and then I'm going to do a damned good job, and then I'm going to be expected to do that on top of doing the dishes and everything else, you know? And then that person's going to be asked to do the easiest job in the whole house, you know? That's just sort of the way it is, and that's the way people are at work, too. That's the way people are that's the way people were at that cafe I worked at, you know? It's like, they won't ask them to do the hard stuff. They'll only ask me because I'm going to get it done and I'm going to do a good job. I'm going to give my all, whatever I'm doing. I mean, that's not a bad thing, but just make sure that people aren't taking advantage of you. What is it, baby? Let me open the door for him. Why are you crying? Why are you being such a baby? Here, let me open that up for you. But you know, I'm gonna continue my live stream, okay? Don't be such a baby. I'm gonna do this, okay? I'm gonna do this. And bless your kind heart, my friend. Hey, Robbie the Edford. Hope you're doing good. Thank you. I was raised to work hard, and it will pay off. And that was ridiculously and dangerously oversimplified. It's not that simple, and yeah, I should have learned boundaries earlier. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's bad to apply yourself. I think it's good, and I do think it pays off, but I'm waiting for that to pay off. I'm still waiting for that hard work to pay off, to be honest. It's been years. Some of us get lucky, some of us don't. I was always under the impression that when things are just one bad thing after another, eventually it has, you know, if you're trying, if you're doing your best and you're working hard, that things will eventually work out in your favor. I guess you just can't predict things, you know? It's like, The pendulum swings one way, and then it goes the other way, and then it reverts to the middle eventually. But I don't know. I guess sometimes it takes years. Sometimes it can take decades even. But, you know, I mean, the reason why things aren't as good as they could be is because I did drugs, you know? It's 100% my fault. I did drugs, and if I never did drugs, I might be married, I might have my own kids, I might have a better job, still be working. Probably wouldn't still be working at that cafe, you know, probably wouldn't have worked there for 10 years. So I don't know. You just never know where you would have ended up. But maybe I had to get to that place to get to here, you know, in order to find my faith again, you know, and understand things a little better. Trevor, that's the astute observation I was speaking about. Be fair to yourself. Absolutely. Be fair to yourself. Can't help other people unless you help yourself first. Don't let people take advantage of you. Ever. Are them fires in your area smoking you out? I haven't even heard of any fires in my area, to be honest. I'll look into that. So let me do a little weightlifting. Actually, I don't want to get too behind here. One sec. You seem like a worker that I used to really like working with. Get shit done well, so you can have as much fun as possible with a smooth shift, but feel good about what you've done. Exactly. That's exactly why I did it, you know? Because for one thing, it's better for business. If I work at a food place, you know, a place where I'm serving food and drinks, people don't want to come in and find dirty tables, dirty this and that. You know, people can notice, especially if they don't go there often, they're going to notice every little thing, every little smudge or whatever. And the place was fucking filthy, man. Yeah, people are going to notice that. Also, I don't want to have it all pile up towards the end of the day when I'm exhausted at that point and have a ton of cleaning to do. So I like to clean as I go along so that I have an easier cleanup shift towards the end and I get to just go home, you know? And I also know, like, the thing is, despite the fact that they'd leave so much shit for me and they never cleaned anything, if I were to leave, like, if I were to forget to stock something, forget to chop something up, I'd get scolded, you know, like, people would get mad about any little inconvenience in the morning, and I wouldn't want to deal with their crap either. So I just took it upon myself to get things done and do things the right way, you know? Less trouble. It's also good exercise. I invite you to learn something about Islam if you want to go to heaven. Well, I sincerely doubt that, man. Not that I'm against just, you know, people who happen to be Islamic, but that's not my cup of tea. I'm a Catholic and I'm proud of it. I'm Christian and I'm proud. You don't say no. You still on Suboxone? Yes, I'm still on Suboxone. I gotta wean off of that stuff. And I'm doing a pretty good job with that. Very proactive with my weaning down from that stuff because I want to be off of it. Whoopsie. You were dedicated to the cafe and then it shut down? Were you still there when it happened? Yes, I was. Did you miss the cafe? Yeah, in some ways I do. In some ways I don't. It was a little sketchy. It was given to my coworker when my boss I worked with for 9 years had a heart attack, and my coworker kind of ruined it. And then 4 months later, he shut it down, you know? What can I say? I mean, he fucked it up. He made it so that, like, you wouldn't feel welcome wearing an American flag t-shirt. We'll just leave it at that. They were Christian hating, American hating, conservative hating, Republican hating. Just the whole environment, everybody there. Like, I heard a Christian commercial turn on, and one of the persons I was working with is just like, just mocking it and just saying how stupid Christians are and all that shit. You know, that was the whole environment. You couldn't. But once I started speaking for myself and saying that, you know, I wouldn't go around saying I voted for Trump, everyone. This is around the election time. I'd keep it to myself until someone somehow gauged the answer out of me, you know? I had customers come up to the counter around election time like, I hope Kamala Harris wins, don't you? And I'm just like, no. And then they'd be able to gauge that, oh, so if you don't want Kamala to win, then who do you want to win? Well, I'd be damned before you think that I'm a Kamala supporter. So, yeah, I support Trump. Okay. Well, then I want nothing to do with you. Yeah, I really try to keep it to myself because it's not good for business. But, you know, one time after my shift, I mean, ever since that place was around, first time I went in there, they had anti-Bush posters everywhere, you know? And, well, I'm not a fan of Bush, and I was too young to vote for him before. It's, you know, I mean, it was obvious that they're anti-Republican and very pro-Democrat. So, one evening, when my coworker was the manager, around election time, this was right after I'd closed the doors, locked them, no customers coming in, nobody, no business. And I get into my backpack, I find my MAGA hat that I wore that morning on my way there, you know, and whatever. And so I put it on so I have room in my backpack so I can, you know, stock some coffee, and I'm able to take some coffee beans and stuff. So I fill up my bag with all this stuff, and I take my hat so I have room. And I put it on. And as I'm doing the register stuff and taking care of the closing, and I'm just about to head out, my new manager comes in, and he just gives me the most hateful glare, and you're not allowed to wear that hat under this roof. I'm like, I wasn't wearing it around customers, you know. We're not allowed to discuss politics around our customers. I'm not doing that. Also, and I never said this, but I should have. Since when? You guys are constantly like rah, you know, liberal, woke left. Like everything was just talking about, all they talked about was politics at that cafe. But as soon as you talk about anything conservative or Republican, you're out. You're just treated like absolute shit. So, man, I couldn't believe the hypocrisy there. He was decorating the bathroom with everything woke, just in your face, you know? It's stuff that kids shouldn't see. We'll just leave it at that. It's just disgusting. But yeah, I was very dedicated to that place. I worked there for 10 whole years. My former boss before the one that ruined the place was a lot more than it already was kind of ruined. He used to call me his superstar employee. Sorry for being just a little behind, guys. I'm just gonna try to hurry now. Yes, I voted for Trump. Yeah, it's good to be open-minded. That's why I was able to realize that I had Trump derangement syndrome. That's why I was able to question, hey, why do people hate Trump so much when there are plenty of people to hate way more than Trump? If you really want to hate someone, man, there are people that deserve your hate. If you look into Trump, just about every lie that's told about him is being debunked or has been debunked. You know, you look, if you wanted to like Trump, if you wanted to forgive him, or if you wanted to disprove all these accusations against him, you could disprove all of them, most of them, if not all of them. You look at the Epstein files. Oh, he's in the files. Actually, he's in the files because they were trying to blackmail him, but whatever. You know? But people they wanna implicate Trump. They wanna believe that he's a demon. That's the only reason why they care about the files. They don't care about the victims. Otherwise, they wouldn't be for open borders and people gang raping white Christian women left and right and thinking that that's justified. Hassan thinks that's justified. Hassan Piker. Look into some of the things he said about how he thinks it's okay to grape white women more so than any other race of woman. He thinks that, or religion, he thinks that's acceptable. Common sense, losing power, yep. So, is everybody who has been convicted of sexual assault guilty? Because that hasn't been proven whatsoever. Of course, people are going to accuse him of that because they want to bring him down. Even if it means forfeiting their integrity, even if it means lying about someone to bring them down. You know, people want to kill him. People were crying their eyes out when the fucking furry shooter missed. Yeah, people were losing their shit. You know, people want Trump gone. Of course they're gonna falsely accuse him left and right. Am I Christian? Yes. This woman is not sick. She just knows how to tell the truth, and she's smart and aware of what's going on around her. Thank you, Paula. You see, I was liberal for 10 years. I'm not as smart as Amala Epkenobi, I don't think. She's very smart. But my journey from liberal to leaning Republican, not like all the way on the... I know some people think it's either this side or that side, but it's a whole spectrum. It's from the right, the left, the middle, okay? I lean more right, but it's more towards the middle, okay? It's like, you have this, right, left, you got the center where my face is. I'm right there, like right there, right in the middle between middle and Republican. And there's some Democratic policies that I might agree with, you know? Like, I think we should have housing, affordable health care. We should take care of our environment while also not fucking up everyone's jobs and getting rid of oil and all that stuff, you know? The windmills weren't a good idea for the environment. Electric buses aren't a good thing for the environment. You know, you can look up how much that wastes. Of course, I'm not going to remember all the numbers, but it was pretty intense, and it really, I mean, it's really eye-opening if you look into how much havoc was wreaked with the New York heat wave and Mamdami's New York with all the electric buses, you know. Yeah, you can have free buses as long as you turn off your power and your electricity. So yeah, it's ridiculous. Bro, are you dead ass? Yeah, I'm dead ass. That's the thing, all these guys can do is throw insults. You're crazy, or you don't know you're brainwashed, you know, like, They never ever come at me with facts. They never ever ask, they never elaborate on any claim. They just throw insults, call me names, tell you you're wrong without saying, why you're wrong. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. Just don't listen to those people. They're fucking insane. They've got Trump derangement syndrome. And that's it. They're not able to point out any of the crimes Trump has done. I've seen people being interviewed, being asked, why do you hate Trump? And they're not able to explain why. They're not able to, because I want to, because everyone else hates him, because I'm a sheep. You don't have to make stuff up about Trump to make him look bad. Well, I mean, I don't agree with everything Trump's about. I don't agree with how he handled the Epstein files, but I don't know how that's going to turn out in the end. Maybe he'll fulfill most of his promises. He's certainly keeping our border safer. Look at what's happening in the UK, and France and Spain. Look at what's happening in Spain. Did you see them drop off those thousands and thousands and thousands of Moroccans there into this little tiny village place where they have a population of 50 to 80,000 people? They dropped off 50 to 80,000 Moroccans into that place, and it is bad. It is so fucking bad, man. And you're okay with that? Because Trump was the only one who was going to put an end to that. Prevent us from becoming the UK in places like Spain right now. That's a disaster. I mean, right now we're dealing with shit. We're dealing with people trying to make this a Muslim country. Trying to, like I mentioned before, the UK has a Sharia law court. You think that's good and acceptable for people to be waving the terrorist flag and stomping on our American flag? Why the fuck do people say all the dumb shit about Trump when they could actually have good reasons not to like him? I know, right? They just lie about him. They don't know anything. They're stupid. Like he's the self-proclaimed father of vaccines and for the Noah Hyde laws. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. There are things to criticize him for, absolutely. But I see him as a means to an end. He's making way for better leaders to take the helm, like Marco Rubio. I'm totally going to vote for Marco Rubio. The fact that he's taking us to war again, every single fucking president has taken us to war, and he's destroying their nuclear facilities because they can't be negotiated with. We can't make deals with them. They're fucking animals. They want to promote terrorism. They want death to America. So, since we can't negotiate with them, we're going to get rid of their nuclear weapons so that they can't fucking kill us. That's why. Seems like a good reason to me. He has not targeted any civilians. None of that. But of course you guys want to lie about that too, don't you? Wouldn't matter. Wouldn't matter if people were to die if Obama were in office throwing drones at everybody. Deporter-in-chief. But of course, you guys lie. You guys lie. You accuse Trump of doing the things that Obama instigated. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to visit New York right now because it's probably not safe for a white Christian woman, frankly. Frankly. And as ridiculous as that might sound to some people, there are women being violated. And most of the people violating them are illegal immigrants, unfortunately. So yeah, they all need to be deported. All the people who, and domestic terrorists, I think they should be too, honestly. I don't think they belong here. If they hate America, they can get the fuck out of here. They're more dangerous, in fact, because they make it so that these terrorists are allowed to be in our country. Waving the terrorist flag at the California border. Did anyone see that? Burning American flags. You know, you'd think they'd come here for the American dream, but they come here to squash it. They're jealous. No one's scared of the Muslims. People are scared of terrorism. If you're a Muslim who wants to live in America and live the American dream and not replace our culture with Middle Eastern culture and politics, then fine, that's fine. There are a lot of good Arab people who live here, you know, who want to be American, who want to wave the American flag. But then you have a ton, unfortunately, a ton of people from those countries who want to make us a terrorist nation. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not saying that makes all Muslims bad, but it's enough of them for it to make a really scary difference, you know, for it to really signify something bad could happen if we just let this continue. Anyone who is promoting terrorism should be kicked the fuck out of this country. That's what I think. I'm not saying that all Muslims support that. But these people are certainly making Muslims look bad. You have people celebrating 9/11, man. Hassan Piker, anyone? Yes, the USA is a Christian country, although we do have a separation of church and state, and we should keep it that way. But yeah, we're founded on Christian values. We're going to keep it that way. No one's going to, you know, I mean, you never know, man. That's why we have to be careful and not let these people have their way. Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to replace America with other countries' values. Values that we certainly don't stand for. We don't stand for female genital mutilation or marrying our cousins. We don't stand for honor killings. We don't stand, you know, you could go on and on and on. We don't stand for that shit. I'd rather spend the money I'd rather spend the money in our country on our citizens rather than send it to Israel so that they actually have health care. I agree. I 100% agree that we should be focusing on housing and providing health care and resources for all American-born patriots. Not domestic terrorists, though. They don't deserve it. If they hate America so much and they're praising countries where they treat women like cattle, then let them move off there. A bunch of some of them are moving to those places only to learn, kind of wake up in a way. I don't know if they're thoroughly woken up, but they realize that it's way more dangerous for them as maybe like a woman or a gay person living in some of those countries than it is here. This is the most accepting, diverse country you're ever gonna live in. They're just so ungrateful. They're so ignorant. And don't be mean to Obama. Hey, well, in 2013 I was 22 and I did vote for Obama then. But granted, I was pretty ignorant. I think everybody wanted some type of change. Even Asmongold voted for Obama. He said he had an Obama poster on his wall, which I thought made me feel a little better about that, I don't agree with Asmongold on everything, but he seems like a pretty smart guy. He's, you know, I agree with him on a lot of things, but there are some things I really don't agree with. I've heard some things that make me roll my eyes, you know? I'm Jewish. I love Trump. That's what's up, Alexander. I like Tulsa Gabbard, me too. She's like, kind of reminds me of Superwoman for some reason. Or Wonder Woman. White man strong, so you encourage the jihadi regime to kill innocent Iranian civilians? Pathetic. I know, right? Trump's putting an end to that by targeting their nuclear weapons and facilities. The citizens of Iran don't want to live under that regime. It didn't used to be that way. Back before the 70s, women could just walk around like normal people, wearing their hair however they want and whatever. You know, now they're treated like less than human, less than animals. Didn't used to be that way. And I'm absolutely certain you have a lot, like especially boomers that live there, wishing that things could go back to the way they were before. You know, you have women converting to Christianity and moving to America from those places, and they're blowing the whistle on how terrible it is on their social media platforms. You know, they have a lot of information to share about how women are treated in those countries. And you have idiot Democrats saying that it's all propaganda how women are treated there. Like, what absolute bullshit, man. When you have those women, like, if the proof is in the pudding. You have women sharing their accounts all over the place, and they're still being ignored because Democrats want to believe whatever they want to believe, and they, whatever means they can implicate or take down Trump or make him look bad, they're gonna do it. Doesn't matter if they're wrong or right. They just want to bring down Trump. Yep. Yep. Well, sounds very pathetic. White man strong, huh? Wow. I left New York for a good reason. I believe you, Bill. I was never excommunicated from the Dem Party. You don't know my story. You know, I was excommunicated when I said, hey, I think you know, I'm questioning all this hatred for Trump and all these lies that have been debunked regarding him. I'm, you know, taking everything into consideration again, and I do think I had Trump derangement syndrome. I want to talk about this. Instead, I had family members who said, you're a danger to your family, and they just blocked me without giving me any explanation. Or I mean, they pretty much sent me a whole damn paragraph of just, you're a danger to your family, blah, 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 and then blocked me, never let me respond. I started thinking for myself. I was liberal for 10 years because I was afraid of losing friends. Just most people I was around, they were mostly liberal. I had conservative friends. When I was liberal, not a single one of them disrespected me or blocked, canceled me, or anything like that. But as soon as I said, you know, I think I'm leaning more conservative now, kind of like, you know, Amala Ep Kenobi in a way, going from liberal to conservative, I just got slandered. I got told I was like bigot, hateful, blah, 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 blah. You couldn't be more fucking wrong, and you're an idiot. I've heard it said that a conservative is a liberal who got mugged. Where do you get that? Your liberal echo chamber? More than likely, idiot. This woman is smart. Listen, Dems. Thanks, Jay. They are orcs. Lord of the Rings is a true story. Hey, man, I don't know who you're referring to as orcs there. But if you're talking about the terrorists, then you'd be right. Terrorists and domestic terrorists are like orcs, definitely. Mm-hmm. They need to assimilate. Yeah, and they don't, do they? It's a big plan to destroy America. Exactly. Facts. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Unclearty Baron Grill. Been watching you for a few weeks. Proud of you. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you very much. Sorry, I am very behind in the comments. Let me just scroll down. Sorry, guys. It's probably better if I stay more current to topic here. Lewis, I've traveled extensively, and what Anna's saying is 100% right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I can be wrong sometimes. I'm not, you know, people who can't admit they're wrong, man. There's no room for growth. There's no room for being able to think outside the box and humble oneself and, you know, become better people for it, you know? When I was liberal, it was just like, nah, I don't want to, and it was all because I didn't want to lose my friends. All because I valued fake friendships. And, you know, as soon as I got clean and everything and I regained my faith back and I was able to kind of ponder these things outside of that cafe environment, you know, separate from, actually it was still while I was working at that cafe, actually, because I was still working there. But I was like, it was towards the end. And I'm just like, you know what? I'd rather lose some fake ass friends than forfeit my integrity. I'd rather be honest and know the truth than try to kiss the asses of people who couldn't really give less of a fuck about me. In fact, they only want to use me in their stupid cult. I am Russian American. My husband is American. I love this country. I'm truly sorry for what's happening, and I pray President Trump can help make things better. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. You know, you have people in Cuba practically begging for Trump to go in there and make things right. You know, bring down their corrupt regime. Bring down the communism. Yes, this is an amazing talk show. It's marvelous. Thank you. Maybe one of these days I will actually have something kind of like that, you know? But I'd have to, you know, be a little more a little bigger, my channel, and have my own studio. I mean, I could kind of make this a studio, but it would be great if, you know, I had my own place with a little neon sign in the background and maybe invite guests on. I don't know how I'm gonna do that because I'm so reclusive, but we'll see. We'll see if I can make that work. Mm-hmm. Yes, no one believes CNN fake news now. Absolutely not. And as a now retired LEO, I've seen addiction. You are an incredible inspiration for success, and I mean that. Amazing how you carry yourself. Thank you, man. Thank you, Robert Belknap. That means a lot to me, dude. Thank you. Marco Rubio, 28. That's right. Hi, Chris Max. I think Trump's doing whatever he can to, you know, make deals, negotiate, make it so that America isn't being taken advantage of by other countries like we have been for many years now. Sometimes it's the means that just, it's the end that justifies the means. So, I mean, well, most of us probably don't understand what all these tariffs entail. You know, it might be one of those things where it might be a little bit painful at first, but ultimately it has to be done. It has to be done to achieve a better end result. Keeping our country safer and closing our borders is definitely one of the top priorities. And I'm very appreciative that he's doing that. Only time will tell with a lot of these things. But I think he's, in general, doing a good job. There's some things I think he could do better. But in general, I do think he's doing well. Thank you. I vote for whoever sends me a stimulus. Dude, when is that stimulus coming? That's what I want to know. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, I heard there was a stimulus coming. I haven't, you know, no one's brought it up lately. So, that's a little disappointing. But I don't know. I don't know. You never know. Maybe we'll get one. Who knows? I should look that up. But we're going to lift some weights. And can you give me my stimulus? Can you give me my stimulus? Shit, son. I wish I were that well-to-do enough to just throw money around at everybody. Yeah. And stimulate. Oh, boy. Trump's the best as president. I'm 68, seen a lot of disappointed politicians. That's what's up, man. Well, yeah, it has in proper form because I need to move some stuff here. Okay. Let's see. So, shoulders back. And then just sort of like that. Let's see, like that. Shoulders back. Slow up. Actually, no. Yes. Slowly up. A little faster down. Slowly up. Kind of try to keep my back straight and still, my shoulders back. I think this is fine form. I looked this up. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm a little off. Camera curls. No. I'm against electing a president or hiring someone or designating someone in any measure simply because of the color of their skin. I'm against DEI. I think it's intrinsically racist. You should, whether you're blue or yellow, black and white, doesn't fucking matter what the color of your skin is. You should be hired based on your qualifications if you're able to do the job. I don't care if you're white or black. Doesn't matter as long as you can do the fucking job. Just another example of why the Democrats are so fucking racist. Hire people, you hire people based on skin color or whether or not they're trans or whatever. Yeah, they don't seem to understand that, do they? They were probably clapping when Kamala told all, singled out all black men and told them that, hey, if you elect me, you'll get free weed. They didn't see any racism in that. Crazy. Okay, well, let's go. Let's go make some. I think Shando might want some din-dins. Let's make Shando some din-dins. Make myself something too. Hey, you hungry, baby? You need to go potty or what is it?
What is it? Hey. Hey, you want to show everyone your Scooby-Doo collar, Shando? Got him a Scooby-Doo collar. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Here, let's put that on you. Yes. Okay. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. Okay, guys. Yeah, want to see Shando's Scooby-Doo collar? Baby, yes, show everybody. Show everybody. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes. Oh. Okay, buddy. Yeah, Scooby-Doo. Okay, Goofy. Okay. Show everyone your, okay. Show everyone your Scooby-Doos. It's Scooby-Doo. Can I have a kiss? Oh my god. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. What do you have to say? What do you have to say? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes, give me a, ow. Step on my foot, that claw, baby. Okay, let's make you something to eat. Let's make Shando, ooh, forgot we have beans.
Those beans about done? Not quite. Well, maybe I'll eat later, but I'll give you some of this. Is that? Actually, you know what? That's a little hot, buddy. Let me put some of that into a little cup for him so that it cools down faster. Put it into a nice big cup here, and I'll pour it into your doggy bowl later. I know you're a good boy, but you know we gotta wait. We gotta wait for Din Din. I'm gonna have some beans and some liver and some rice later. Now you can't have it yet, baby. I know I'm scooping it up, but this is Shando's. It's got pumpkin puree, it's got some rice, it's got some sweet potato, and it's got some chicken hearts. It's got some, it's got a little bit of fresh cucumber in there. It's got some, I mentioned carrots. It's got all the goods, apple, it's got apple. Oops. So, I don't know. Put that there for you. You can't have this at the moment because it's too hot, buddy. Alright? I don't know when the beans are gonna be done. Just put that like that so the cat doesn't get into it. Now, can't have that quite yet. I'm gonna put it in the fridge so it cools down fast though. Ooh, I can make myself some beanie weenies actually. Got some sausage in there. Yeah, I think I'll have beanie weenies. I like beanie weenies. Let's see if that's, oh yeah, that's gonna take a while actually. It's not quite dinner time. All right, buddy, I'm sorry, hon. You gotta wait though. Gotta wait, honey. I know. I know, Scooby-Doo, I know. He's a sweetheart. Okay. Come be with Muppers. Come be with Whoopers. Okay. I know he's probably gonna throw a little tantrum. It's not ready, bud. So, that's what I'm talking about. Wholesome and healthy indeed. I'm gonna have some beanie weenies for dinner on some rice. And my favorite hot sauce ever, I got some, is that Aardvark green habanero variety. Do I know the song Moonchild? No, but I'll write it down. Write it down. I like to write down your references and check them out later. So yeah, I'll write that down. Gotta wait a little bit, baby boy. I love you. You like hot sauce. That's right, I do. I like, yeah, I like that Aardvark hot sauce. The habanero that's green, the green habanero. I forget what the pepper's called, the green pepper. But I have that stuff. It's so good. And I like sriracha, of course. Canned beans get boiled forever. Takes a while. The ones that are, you know, just not the already cooked beans in the can. Yeah, you gotta soak them, you know, and it's kind of like one of those overnight things. But yeah, my dad started that like this morning or last night. He soaked them, so they should be done probably in like 3 hours, I'd assume. They're still kind of hard in there. It's probably gonna take a while. Little does Tosu Tingus know, we're all laughing at him. Or her. I don't know. We're all laughing at you, boy. One sec. One minute, guys. He's okay. He's a sweet boy, just waiting to eat. Oh boy, I kind freaking out. I need to get myself together. Yeah, I guess we all do need to kind of check ourselves before we wreck ourselves every now and then. Hope you're doing okay. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for all the gifts, by the way, guys. Hey, long time no see, Trunk Silver. How are you doing? I started a new game, by the way. I'm playing Uncharted. It's really fun. Tabasco on eggs. Oh, I know. Especially that aardvark green sauce. Let me show you my favorite hot sauce, guys. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but it's my absolute favorite. It is so good on eggs. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Maybe your food's a little cooled down. Hi, Scooby-Doo. Hi, you look like Scooby-Doo. You got a Scooby-Doo collars. Hi, whoa. I'll put that up. That shouldn't be on the floor. I need to do recycling, man. Just so much. It really piles up a lot. Okay. I'll let you out, buddy, of course. What you got? You're not gonna go out? Oh, you got your ball. I see. You play with your ball, kiddo. He's so cool. He's like a little kid. I shall show you my favorite hot sauce ever. Sarah Bernero green hot sauce. The best of the best of the fucking best. This has green tomato, water, onions, serrano peppers, roasted tomatillo, garlic, green habanero, apple cider vinegar, cane sugar. It's got only one total carb in there, not much sugar. Cilantro, salt, modified food starch, basil, white distilled vinegar, mustard seed, lime juice. I'm not sponsoring it, but this is my favorite ever. I'm gonna have that on my beans and rice with chopped up sausage. It's gonna be like the beanie weenies, but better. We've got some chicken livers. And you gotta wait, baby. Sorry, you gotta. Let me see if that's cool enough for you, though. Oh, it's still kind of hot, baby. You gotta wait. You gotta wait, buddy boy. Okay. All right. I know. I know it's hard being a puppy.
The struggle is real.
I need to make a little grocery list though. It's I'm so glad that my dad got all this liver around the time I started my fucking period. We women need our iron. Okay, anyway. Anywho. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to fold my fucking clothes. Sorry for my French, guys. I don't know why I'm doing that. Oops. Jeez Louise. I don't want to stub my toe on those. So, let's see. Put all that away. It's gonna definitely clear up some space. So, let's use that as a trash can. Oh, no audio. You should be able to hear me, man. I'm not seeing where it says that it's not showing that my mute's off or anything. I think you guys can hear me. Sounds fine? Yeah. Yeah, you see. There'll be, I've seen it where people actually say that when it's obviously the sound is working. Either it's an issue on their end or they're saying that to try to derail me and confuse me and make it seem like this stream is dysfunctional. I think usually it's because there's an issue on their end. But sometimes, it could be that people are trying to be assholes, So, but it's like, joke's on you. People are, my viewers are going to let me know if it's not working or if it is, If it isn't working, a bunch of people are going to say, hey, I can't hear you, can't hear you, can't hear you. I like this shirt. Fight, 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 fight. Yep. Fight against the lies. Fight for free speech. Fight for the integrity of America. Not right now, baby. You gotta wait. I think you weren't listening. Clutch Club. Clutch Crib, I mean. I was saying earlier that I'm not on like the far right or the far left. I lean conservative, but I'm more towards the middle. I agree with some Democrat policies, but for the most part, the Republicans are right. Anyway. You gotta wait, buddy. I'll bet it'll be done by the time I'm done folding these clothes. Center right, exactly. Precisely, that's what I am. I don't condone liars. And I'm tired of how much the left has been lying about Trump. Focus on your own demons. Focus on Bill Clinton. Got a ton of liberals who are involved with Jeffrey Epstein, and that's the whole reason why they hate Trump. You know what? That's one reason why they hate Trump. And I know that because guess what? They used to love Trump. Hollywood used to love Trump. He had cameos in movies. Oprah had him on. They loved him. They said he should be president. He was on The View and they loved him. Now they hate him. I wonder why. Because he has power now? Because he can expose them? Because he can implicate them in the Epstein files or other depraved business? Trump wasn't allowed into Bohemian Grove. He wasn't allowed to join. It's a men's only kind of cult, right? Alex Jones has talked about it a lot. He infiltrated it, apparently, allegedly. And there's this one woman who lives in the area, and she's been investigating Bohemian Grove for decades, She knows. I mean, I'd be curious to know all the things she knows. No, not right now. But yeah, Trump wasn't allowed in. Interesting. I wonder why. Possibly because he's a whistleblower? He could expose them? You know, and that's been spanning like 4 presidencies. Reagan was there. I think Nixon was there. I'm not sure. I should look into that. I'm not certain on that. So I should look and see if it goes back that far. Thank you, Chris Max. Enjoy the live stream and keep it positive and friendly. I appreciate that, man. Hey, no. Not right now, buddy. You gotta wait. You gotta wait, honey. As soon as I'm done with this, it'll be done, okay? I'll be quick. Got my shirt that says, sorry. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. Okay. Put that in here. My silver overalls. Communism never worked and killed more people in modern history. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you have all these fucking fools, man. There was this one Gen Zer on this podcast and being interviewed, and she said she was all for it. She said communism's gonna work, and they're kind of going back and forth. She's like, I think Gen Z's gonna make the difference. Okay. Sure, you're better than all of us. Wow. I mean, you can say it's naivete. A lot of us have kind of talked that way when we're really young, like, we're gonna be the change. No, not really. Not really. In fact, it's, it's liberal white women like you who are making all other women look bad and who are gonna really be the downfall of our society. So, inviting illegal immigrants here, you're the ones who complain about, like, not feeling safe around, like, all white men are bad and feeling unsafe around men, and then you let these people in here. Good God. So, I mean, no logic. Hypocrisy all over the fucking place. Thank you. Can you imagine the life a person must have if they're on my stream, on some stranger's random stream, and they're like, it has no sound, it has no sound, it has no sound. Meanwhile, everyone is pretty much ignoring them. I'm just like, I glance at them like, it's just this one person complaining. Are they gonna get the memo? Like, we don't give a shit because we know they're trolling. They're wasting their time. They're not wasting my time. They're wasting their own time. It's ridiculous. Anywho. Okay. Ooh. I need to refold some of these clothes here. The world has gone through dark stages and moments, but with Biden, the country hit rock bottom. It sure did. Communism has always ended in starving citizens and authoritarian governments. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You don't even need to look far. Look at other countries like Cuba and like Venezuela and how the citizens there, talk about how some of them wish Trump would just come in and fix things for them. They don't want communism. And they think that Americans are stupid and ungrateful for wanting that shit. Absolutely. I agree, Lewis. And Tempest, 100%. Capitalism is not fascism. They have you all confused, your little minds have TDS. Exactly. Precisely. Precisely. Stupid, 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 stupid. Stupid, naive, and brainwashed. You know? I mean, the colleges are fucking brainwashing people. I went to college, and they really tried to shove that, those Marxist communist ideals down everyone's throats. It's really, really scary. Not to mention radical feminism. You know, they called me misogynist for liking John Steinbeck, if you can believe it. He was one of the least sexist, least racist writers of his generation, like around that time. He, in Travels of Charlie, that book, it's an autobiography of his journey from east to west, trying to rediscover America with his poodle. And he actually happened to be there. He just somehow he found himself in that crowd as that little black girl. I think her name was Ruby Bridges. Ruby Bridges was being escorted to a white school, and all these people were throwing shit at her, throwing vegetables at this little girl. And John Steinbeck's in the crowd just watching this go down, and he reported that he felt sick to his stomach while watching this go down. He hated it. And, you know, he had to leave, and he was crying, a grown man. He was a good man. And he wrote about the human condition. Some of the most interesting characters in his novels were women. Kathy Ames, anyone. So, yeah, he definitely was, and, you know, Liza Hamilton. He definitely wasn't sexist. Or racist, for that matter. Yet people lie. That's the thing. They lie about him. Like they lie about Trump, you know, but not, definitely not as extensive as it is with Trump. But, you know. Amazing how you know, one of the professors out of college is going to call me sexist for liking John Steinbeck. I'm a woman, bitch. She wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. She actually, you know, she got fired. I've mentioned this before in my stream. I have. There was one white male student in one of our classes, and we were supposed to do self-portraits. And he did a self-portrait of himself as a cowboy overlooking the landscape on a horse. And she said, "Oh, so you're like a white male colonizer taking over the land." Or no, well, you're like a white man taking over or colonizing the land. And I'm just, the whole room just fell dead silent. And this poor guy was so fucking awkward. He was not enjoying that. And neither was I, you know? Yeah, you had some self-satisfied expressions loving to watch this go down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Disgusting. I was glad she got fired. She would just leave us in the classroom first thing in the morning once we all arrived and said, "I trust you to do all the work." Then she'd just leave. And she was just super condescending. She wasn't very nice to me. What's your thoughts on the burqa or Sharia imposed by the Islamic State? Awful. Awful. I don't know what else you want me to say. I mean, they oppress and treat women like cattle. They, you know, I'm against laws that support terrorism and death to America. And I'm not saying all Arabs think that way. You know, some of them actually want to come here and become American and not replace our flag with theirs. But it's amazing how many of them do want that. You can't have that. Huh. Hi, Anne. Long time no see. You're looking great. Hope you and Chando are doing good and looking after yourselves. Thank you, man. Hope you're doing well too. Mm-hmm. I know, right? Once Trump is out, they won't have anything else to complain about. They might find something, man. They might find something. You know, they're loving their little cult. You're either with us or you're against us. They want for us to be the evil ones while they're the righteous while they're the righteous victims. No, we're fucking righteous patriots and they can kiss our asses, you know? They have no idea. No idea how fucking wrong they are. Or maybe they do know how. They just don't want to know the truth. They're just like, blah, nah, 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 can't hear you. You're stupid. You're stupid. You don't know anything. Meh, 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 meh. Pigeon on the chessboard. 100%. Boo-hoo. Oh, careful. Don't want that falling on my fucking foot. That would hurt. Barron Trump for president. He's a little too young. I say Marco Rubio. Maybe Trump should stay another term. Hey, I wouldn't be against that. I would not be against that, but actually I want Marco to win. Man, can you imagine how much the Dems would be losing it? It's not fair. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's the president. Get over it. Get over it. I mean, they'd be fine with, I don't know, Biden having a third term even. They would. They'd be all for that. Even if he was even if he's losing it. Losing it completely. Decrepit. Senile. And also corrupt. Senile and corrupt. Hmm. Do you have any insight into why so many younger women buy into the liberal socialist BS? Honestly, that is something to look into. I think it might be their friend groups, not wanting to lose their friends, you know. Women are more known for engaging in communities of other like-minded individuals and just friends and stuff like that. But I also think it could be the fact that a lot of women are pro-choice. A lot of women don't, and I'm pro-life. A lot of women are, you don't have to be, I mean, you can be pro-choice and still vote for Trump too. Like Asmongold is pro-choice and he votes for Trump, right? I mean, but for some people that's a end-all be-all thing. They want to be able to have their abortions on the go, you know. And if they can't have that, they'll think Trump is a fascist. I don't know. You know, I have to. There's also all these lies going around about how, Trump is sexist and Trump takes advantage of women, which is all not true. It's all lies. And also, if you live in an environment within an environment of people where they're constantly saying all these lies, you might start to believe them, especially if it's people you respect, saying all these lies. So yeah, it's good to really try to think outside of that echo chamber. There are plenty of conservative women. In fact, there are more conservative women than liberal women. But there are more young liberal women than conservative young women. I just looked up those percentages yesterday, and it shows that married women, there are way more Republican married women than Democrat married women, which says a lot. I'm not a married woman, you know? I mean, there's always exceptions. It's not black and white. But yeah, I mean, these loud liberal Karens, they really do make the rest of us women look bad. And a lot, you know, a lot of liberal women, there are a lot of liberal women in office affecting policies negatively. So I don't know. I'm sure there are a lot of factors. Anyway. Kind of dumb the way everyone's like, these people, man. I wonder if they're anti-trans for some reason, because they just go around throwing that word like it's an insult. It's like, you know, weird. Not cool, man. It's just a way to put down women, tell us that we're less than women. For some reason, that's been used as an insult against women lately. And it seems that's been going on for a few years now. Did you know the term cis? Which, it's crazy how they have all these endless labels that they demand we refer them to, that we refer to them as. And they have all these demands, and yet they will not listen when we say we don't want to be called cis. They won't, you know, it's so disrespectful. And little do they know. I mean, for one thing, whenever people use it, whenever they use the term cis, it's always used with a tone of contempt and hatred. It is derogatory. There is no positive implications there. They say it, and yet I wonder if they know the fact that that term was coined by the same dude who wanted to make minor attracted persons a thing. They wanted to make pedophilia normalized by referring it to as minor attracted persons. Same person who coined the term cis wanted to make minor attracted persons a thing. Can you believe that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah. There's always an acidity to their tone when they say the term, when they say that word. It's not even a fucking word. Adult children with victim mentality, indeed. Because they don't have common decency. If you do it back to them, you're a bigot, and they threaten violence. They're unhinged. Precisely. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better, man. Exactly. Hypocrites. They project, they project, they project, they project. Everything they accuse us of doing, they're doing. They're the fascists. Antifa are fascists. You know what they do? You'll have just conservatives peacefully protesting over by the ICE facility in Portland, and you'll have Antifa coming along. You had this conservative journalist just, getting answers from people and blah, blah, blah. And a bunch of Antifa come along with their black umbrellas, and they use these black umbrellas to obscure their identity from the cameras so that they can beat these people up without any repercussions. Portland police doesn't help. It's really corrupt. They were putting an innocent conservative in handcuffs right after he was attacked by Antifa. This was a little while ago. But still, this sort of thing still happens. Especially that sort of thing really happens in the UK, man. You see a white person getting mobbed by a group of people who are obviously illegal immigrants or people who come from someplace else, and the cops target only the white person. even though it's obvious they didn't commit the crime. You know, they're racist. They're very racist. You're gorgeous. Any man that knows beauty knows it all. Thank you, Jay. They are hiding something with their homophobic associations, exactly. Speaking facts, Anne. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hypocrites indeed. Hypocrites at best. We all know it's more than that. It's very systematic. It's very intentional. You know? Let all these illegal immigrants into this country so that, you know, they're going to vote for the left. All of them will vote for the left. And they'll be reliant on the system. They can be used like cattle here by Democratic leaders. Now just look at, man. Look at all the scams that are happening. The Leering Center, anyone? You know, I should watch some Nick Shirley. You know, to all the ignoramuses here who know nothing about what's going on, watch some Nick Shirley. Henry Nowak is a clear-cut case of what you said. He was stabbed by a violent migrant, but he got handcuffed because his killer claimed he said something racist. Pure insanity. Oh, I know, man. I know, and it seems like there are many instances like that happening in places like the UK. It's crazy. I feel really bad for the UK. My ancestors came from the UK, actually. From my dad's side, at least. So I feel a connection, you know? The Leering Center scam was actually ran by white women. The moment you... Well, I have to look more into that, but... You got a bunch of these centers that are just run by illegal immigrants, and they're scamming American taxpayers and making millions off of it. Meanwhile, no children go there to learn. Nothing like that. It's all a scam. Regardless of who's there running it, they're all evil people. The men and the women. I thought you were Irish, Anne. I could have some Irish in me. I might have a little bit of Irish in me, but it's mostly English and Welsh. I got a ton of Welsh in me. A lot of those Antifa rally people are paid to be there. Oh yeah, en masse, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, you're right about that. I think it's really suspicious that, like, after, say, someone is trying to run over an ICE officer defends themselves and they shoot the asshole, and the asshole dies, and then they start protesting, like, racist ICE killed someone for no reason. Like, no, he was fucking defending himself, but whatever. He had every right to shoot the bitch. And so anyway, you have these people just all at once coming in and protesting, and you think, you know, I think they're planted there. I'm pretty sure of it. You know, because how the fuck, like, does everyone suddenly know all at once? And it's like, all at once you have hundreds and hundreds of people protesting in this one place. All at once. Immediately. No planning whatsoever, just boing. No, it was planned. It was planned a while back. Pretty certain of that. I mean, it seems suspicious. I guess, I mean, I can't confirm it, but it seems really suspicious. But yeah, we all know that, that they're liars, and that a lot of like Antifa and groups like that, they're They're highly organized. Race card has no meaning anymore. Everyone is basis. That makes us all racist bigots. I don't know, man. I think the left wants for all white people to think they're racist. When every single race on this planet since the beginning of human existence has engaged in conquest, has pillaged, has taken over other people's, other cultures' lands. It's happened across the board. White people aren't the only ones, to have done that in our history. Every single group of humans has engaged in some type of violence to, conquer land or whatever. To think that white people are the only ones to engage in that type of violence and conquest is absurd and ignorant at best. Some of these people know that, but they're just fucking liars, and they hate America, they hate white people, and it's a reason to get everybody rallying against us to bring us down. They don't care about the truth. I mean, back before Columbus ever set foot, you had Indian tribes conquering other tribes all over the place, taking their land, making some tribes go extinct. It's ridiculous. Mom, I'm gonna fold these clothes and then we'll go check on the food, okay? 1 minute, baby. I'm almost done here with this part, okay? It's good for you to be a little patient, Shando, okay? Almost done, so. Almost done, so. You sound like Sarah Connor from the Terminator series. I say that with very high respect for you. Love those movies. I like your style. Thank you. I do get Sarah Connor a lot here. I appreciate that. I think she's really pretty, actually. 2014 to 2023, the SPLC secretly funneled more than $3 million to individuals who are associated with various violent extremist groups, including the KKK, Aryan Nations, National Socialist Party of America. Wow. Yeah, that's not surprising. Hey kiddo, feel sorry for you. My life was great. Born in 1957, Houston. Think so? I know. One of my best friends was a boomer, and he said that he felt very sorry for. Well, he said he didn't envy me. He doesn't envy people in my generation, and I don't blame him. Don't blame him one bit, man. I mean, I'm grateful that I was a 90s kid, and that I played outside without, having phones. I mean, I feel sorry for kids who are constantly buried in their phones and they don't play outside and, skateboard and do things that we used to do as kids. I had a good childhood in that sense, but it's kind of dying. I miss those days. We used to do a lot of things, my friend and I used to go to the creek with our pocket knives and pretend that we were living off the grid or some shit. Just got here, by the way. Hi, Shiny Wizard. Hello, how are you doing today? I'm doing good, Jay. Thank you. How are you doing? America is not the most racist country at all. Not even close, man. Not even close. Of course you're getting this information from stupid libs who lie constantly. fucking idiots. No, we are not the most racist country in the world. In fact, we are the least. We are the least. We have the best. We spend probably like 40-50% on social aid, social benefits, social assistance programs. And a very, a much smaller fraction on our military and all that. And you have people say, "Oh, you're racist." Trump has done more to try to help the black community than any other president in my lifetime. And people ignore that because they want to believe he's racist. He's not against gay marriage. He had a gay couple married at Mar-a-Lago in 2005. Of course, people want to pretend that never happened. They're just lying and lying and lying. People don't want to sit back and think about these things, like the fact that 80 to 90% of the media is owned by the far left, or just liberals in general. John chapter 3 verse 16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. That's what's up. Europe is many times more racist than America. Yeah. Oh yeah. Man, there are so many countries that are racist. America doesn't even come close. It is the least racist country in the whole world. People who talk like that, they're just such ingrates. And if they don't come from America and they're just listening to the libtards talk, they're jealous. A lot of people are jealous of our country. They're jealous of our pride. They're jealous of our zest and our vigor. They're jealous of our independence. They're jealous of our civilization. Countries like India have ingrained caste systems. Arab countries use South Asian and African migrants as slave labor. I have, the claim that we don't have health care is a lie, by the way. I have insurance. I go and get my Suboxone prescription for free. I go in to get my thyroid checked and things free. When I fell down the stairs at work, it was a work-related accident, free. When I had to go in an ambulance to work. When I had to go into when I woke up in an ambulance after ODing, I never had to pay for that either. I've been in an ambulance at least 3 times during that period, and I didn't have to pay for it once. You see, it is illegal for them to turn you away in the emergency room. Whether you can pay it or not, they have to help you. And I've never had to pay for that. Now, sure, depending on your income, and your plan and all that, yeah, I don't know. But I have insurance. I didn't have to pay for my dental appointment. Now, insurance covers some things, it doesn't cover others. It covers basically the essentials for medical purposes, If it's something that's more, for aesthetic purposes, just for looks or whatever, then yeah, it might cost me a little more. I wish I could get porcelain crowns rather than stainless steel. I don't know, man. I'm kind of scared of the idea of stainless steel crowns, because isn't that gonna feel a little weird, licking the metal like that? Feeling like Metal against metal? Yeah. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see how that ends up. Okay, excuse me, Scoob. His name is Shando, but... Actually, you know what, guys? I'm gonna put you right here for a moment. I gotta use the restroom real quick, okay? Be right back. One moment. Sorry, guys. My bad. I need to bring that in. Okay, let's go see if Din Din's ready. Baby boy. Ooh, the beans are smelling good. Should probably start my sausages. Let's see how that looks. Ooh, yeah, it's got ham in there. And just making some ham. Making some ham. Rinse that off. Ooh, a smooth criminal. Let's see here. Set it on a wet camera. Hope it's not fucked. It's fine. It's fine. Hey. Looks like my dad just used that. Okay. These been opened? No. Chicken sausage. Making myself some beanie wings. I have an egg on mine too. Smells good. bum, bada bum, bum, bum. A little brush. It's okay though. Okay. Some sausage. Chicken sausage. Big baby over there. Okay, this is what I got for Shando. It's got chicken hearts and it's got pumpkin puree. It's got sweet potato, a little bit of rice, some cucumbers, some carrot. It's got apple. All right, Shando. Just make sure this isn't too much for you. I think it'll be a good amount for a big dog. Hey, baby. Hey, buddy. Oh, that's a perfect amount right there. That's how we should measure it for you. There you go. Ooh, straight. There you go, buddy. Pumpkin. Smells like pumpkin. I need to do some dishes after this live stream. My bowl. I like to have an egg on top of my savory food. It's spicy.
I watch Shando eat his suppers. He's like Scooby-Doo. Hi. Is that good? Is that delicious? Munchets. Munchets. They're good.
Ooh, you know what? I need to get him some more water. You know what's funny? The other dog, as soon as I give Shando water, that other dog drinks it all like in seconds, all of it. And then I fill it up again, he drinks it all again. And I'm convinced it's a dominance. It's a dominance tactic. Already has hurt feelings probably because Shando has to have a special king's diet. The diet of kings. And I can't really afford to feed him the same food. He gets the fancy canned dog food, you know, from he's my dad's dog, so my dad feeds him.
And I think he's jealous. He gets so jealous.
Just flipping my sausage. Beautiful. Okay, now I'm gonna give him some water. Okay, kiddo. go, baby boy. Get up and drink. Remember to drink. Hey, myself a little bit of rice. Down there. Just made some rice this morning. Love it, love it, love it, love it. A little bit of salt. Pepper. Protein. Protein. What's my biologically? I think you mean what's your biology? Or what are you biologically? Like, even that doesn't really make much sense, but... Jesus Christ. Do I really have to answer stupid questions? Ooh, you know, if I were to have a cat, I would want a Maine Coon cat. They're the most dog-like of all the cats I've heard. Let's see how those beans look in there. Let's see. I'll try one of them. Those are good. Those are good. Last time Dad made this, he said he didn't add enough salt, so I'm gonna help him out a little bit. He'll thank me. He'll thank me. You see, did not put enough salt in there last time, and he was lamenting. And that definitely needs more salt. Let's see, that's not there. The only thing I'm missing is sour cream. And I got all these onion dip packets, mushroom and beef flavor. There we go. It's got green peppers, ham. Hot, 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 hot. I don't know. I got a little bit of a little liver on the side there. This is Mama's fried liver, buddy. You don't get to have fried liver. And fried chicken hearts. Yeah, I'll add that to the mix. I love that shit. It's also really good if you're that time of the month, during that time of the month. Get more liver. Get more iron. Sorry, buddy, you can't have Mama's food that's... Keep it up. Love liver. might be good with some chopped tomatoes on top, actually. I'll add some vegetables to that. Some freshness to cleanse the palate. I like to chop up my tomatoes super, super fine as well. Nice fresh tomato on my beanie weenies. Almost there. This tomato right there. Throw this stuff away. I just like to use these bags as garbage bags. I don't understand why no one else does that. Right there. It makes so much mess. Okay. Let's see. Have some beans. Extra, extra, extra peppers in that. And try that again. Try another bean. There. Oh, those beans taste good. More beans. Yeah. Some sausage. Now this is my food, buddy. I'm sorry you can't have Mama's food now. You just had yours. Literally just had yours, sweetheart. Now, unfortunately, you can't have my food, baby. That's good enough since I'm having liver with it. Wait for my egg to be done. Yeah, I'm sorry, baby. This sausage has a lot of it's got a lot of garlic and onion in it, kiddo. I can't have that. A little bit of tomato on top of that. I don't think you can have tomato either, baby. Be good with cilantro or parsley. Mmm. Mmm, 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 mmm. Sorry. Cannot have that, Bubba. There's some for me to dry my hands on here. Okay, let's see. Don't even think about getting into the sure I just threw away the chicken wrapper. I'll be so mad at that Artie if he gets into that trash can. Not quite time to take it out, but he'll find a way. Overcooked the egg slightly, but that's okay. They'll still be good. Let's see, here we go. Wowzers, trousers. Where did I put that green sauce? Yeah. Can't forget that one. The best part. I love this stuff on eggs. It's so good on the beans, though. Extra, 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 extra. That might be it. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I gotta do some cleaning after this. All right. Don't that look nice? Hello. Doesn't that look nice? It's beautiful. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, it's the Tomatello green habanero hot sauce, the aardvark variety. Mmm. I love beanie weenies. Might be a little too much food though. Let me close the door, okay, bud? Lots of protein. Excuse me, bud. Because I'm classy. All right. Here. 1 sec. Let me just take off all the... Have a chicken heart. That's it. That's all you're getting. Goofball. Take that, vegan teacher. Mmm. I guess it's more likely that her insufferable daughter will come across my content than her. I haven't even heard from like that person in a long time, but I've heard her daughter is almost like way worse. She actually, you know, breaks into businesses and protests and, you know, ruins everybody's day while she's at it. Shando? Have another heart, bud. Yeah, hearts are a little too much. But I'll eat the liver. I love the liver. I do like chicken hearts, but I don't know. The texture doesn't go well with this. Yeah. Well, that's hot, man. I gotta wait for that to cool down. Oof. This is why we need sour cream. Okay. I might need to get some salt or something. Man, that's good liver though. I made fried liver this morning. It's really good. With my air fryer. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Hot sauce. Which state do I live? Oregon. Stay strong, I believe in you. Thank you. Crowds are getting thin? Yeah. Yeah, my engagement tends to go up a lot more when I'm super, super engaged with my audience. You know, if I'm just like cooking and stuff, sometimes people get bored, you know. We all gotta eat, you know. We're not robots. We're not robots. I'm gonna go get some salt though. I'll be right back. Be easier. Be right back. That I'm just gonna bring the whole salt dispenser with me. God, it's hot. Virtuous warriors do my head in. Biggest hypocrites, they sure are. The ones who virtue signal all the time are the biggest hypocrites usually. Absolutely. Absolutely. They're the ones who post inspirational quotes about being a better person on Facebook all the time. Live, laugh, love shit. And then they go onto, you know, they troll other people's pages and call people ugly and say really mean, nasty things to random people they just so happen to not like very much. Anyone ever watch Brittany Kellogg? She's awesome. She's like, you know, she does country music, but she also does this little skit. I don't know about skit, but it's not like rehearsed or anything. She responds to trolls' comments and calls it trash day. And so she'll respond to some mean troll and totally own them completely. And at the end, she'll say, "Have the day you deserve." Lots of Karens, man. And really nasty men, too. How long have I been streaming for? And is the channel growing? It sure is, man. I started streaming mid-January this year. I've gone up from, and since then, I went up from 422 subscribers, which took me about 3 years to make. I went from 422 subscribers, and now I am like 7,000, almost 800. 7,800, I think. More or less. Let me check, guys. 1 minute. Now I have 7,809 subscribers. So thank you, guys. You've been doing really good. You got to start somewhere, and now you're doing very well. Yeah, I mean, on average, after one time I made 100 plus subscribers after a 3 or 4 hour long live stream. And it used to take me like 10 hours of live streaming to make that. Okay? On average, for like a 3 hour long live stream, on average, like last week, after every live stream, I made 65 plus new subscribers. I looked this up, and I asked, like, is it a lot for a new live streamer to be making 40 or 50 new subscribers every day? And actually, it's well above average. You're supposed to start somewhere, and anyone who doesn't think that and thinks you're supposed to go viral immediately is stupid. Not only that, but that seldom lasts. You're gonna be like the Hawk Tuah girl, 15 seconds of fame. Nothing to stick, you know? Nothing that's gonna really be valuable to anybody, ultimately. And how much would they charge you for the porcelain crowns out of pocket? Maybe you can do a GoFundMe. I'll look that up. I always felt kind of guilty about the idea of me getting a GoFundMe unless I really, really needed it. Unless a family member was dying and we didn't have money for their treatment or some shit. I don't know if I can do that. If it's just for aesthetic, you know? Doesn't seem right. Or I'll look it up though for what it's worth. I don't know. Won't I get a bunch of backlash for that? People could be getting funds for more important things, you know? My teeth aren't that important compared to what's going on in this world, you know? What a lot of people need. This is so good. Let's see. How much are porcelain crowns OHP? Oops. OHP. Porcelain crowns are $0, fully covered under the Oregon Health Plan if you meet specific strict medical necessity criteria, but they are not covered at all out-of-pocket costs. Okay, wait. But they are not covered at all 100% out-of-pocket costs, typically $800 to $1,500 for standard adult coverage outside of those rules. Okay. So OHP crown coverage rules. Age and status group. Comprehensive crown benefits under OHP are primarily restricted to members under 21 years old. Wow. Young adults under 26 with special health care needs or pregnant members. Yeah, because pregnancy does fuck up your teeth. I get that. Looks like I don't fit into any of those groups. General adult restrictions. For regular adults, 21 to 64, non-pregnant, standard porcelain or ceramic crowns are generally excluded or heavily restricted unless explicit prior authorization and critical medical necessity guidelines are proven. I might try calling them and see what they say about it too. Clinical criteria. When covered, OHP requires that the tooth has a crown to root ratio of 50-50 or better, is restorable with extra surgeries like crown lengthening, and fits within their specific operational guidelines. Out-of-pocket costs, if not covered, if your specific OHP tier or CCO coordinated care organization like Care Oregon or Trillium denies coverage for a porcelain crown, you will pay the full cash or private insurance rate, which will probably be this much money per tooth. Average private costs in Oregon range from $800 to $1,800 per tooth. Yep, depending on the clinic and exact ceramic porcelain material used. If you want to check your exact coverage, please share. Yep, not in the age group and definitely not pregnant. I'll bet some women would intentionally get pregnant just to get free health care here. Or free dental care, you know? So that they don't have to have weird stainless steel teeth, you know? That just doesn't sound comfortable either. Might have no choice. Your age group and whether you're currently pregnant, which OHP coordinated care organization you have. Care Oregon, Health Share, Pacific Source. Yeah, well, try calling them. Curious. But towards the end of this month, yeah, I'm going to have to get some crowns. My molars, more than likely. To where I have the cavity. Never had a cavity before. All because of my stupid habits. All because I became an addict. All because I would, you know, my eating disorder didn't help. A few things I do regret, man. Cost 10 grand to replace 4 front teeth after a bike accident. Sheesh. You'd think after something like a bike accident, you'd be able to get coverage for that. It's pretty messed up. I don't know, man. But yeah, I'll call them and see what my options are. Just, you know, just in case. See, I was thinking, you know, I mean, they're probably not even permanent molars. So I could temporarily have stainless steel, and then maybe when hopefully I make some good, decent income, I'll be able to buy my own porcelain, crowns, you know. But, we'll see. I'm having, I'm sorry. I'm having some beanie weenies made breakfast chicken sausage chopped up. It's the good chicken sausage from Costco. It's got all good ingredients. It's all healthy ingredients. The beans are, my dad made the beans. It's like, has a ham hock in there and peppers and onions and all that. I have those beans on some rice, jasmine rice, by the way. And then I added some of that sausage chopped up in there to make it beanie weenies. I had some fried liver on the side that I cooked this morning, chicken liver, and some chopped up fresh tomato, and 1 fried egg with some green aardvark sauce, hot sauce. It's pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie. Delicious. Super nutritious, man. Yum, 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 yum. I gotta put that away. Take it with me. Oh.
hot. Soak. Sweet boy. Okay. Ouch. Oh man, guys. That was good. It was really good, Lucky Speary. I think you would have liked it too. Do you like beans? I love beans. I turned 31 in 2 months and feel bad about it. What's there to feel bad about, Lewis? I'm 35, man. I feel pretty good about being 35. I know some people just have difficulty with the concept of being, past their 20s, I get it. But really, I mean, it's just a number, man. There are people who are younger on a cellular level simply because they live a healthy lifestyle. There are 25-year-olds who feel older than they are, and older people who feel younger than they are. And I think most of it depends on your healthy lifestyle, You can look better than you did younger, too, if you exercise and eat well. Hey, Robert. I'm so screwed up, widowed 2 times, 68 years old. Own home, deer pond, and buku's fish, but no incentive. I think COVID messed me up, brain fog. COVID messed a lot of people up, man. And that's one of the reasons why I love seeing Dr. Fauci get his due justice handed to him. We want that. I mean, if they're gonna give me new crowns, won't they kind of sedate me, man? Won't they give me like laughing gas or something? I've never been to the dent. When I got my wisdom teeth taken out, they put me on laughing gas. I wonder if they don't do that if you have a history of addiction, though. And if I have to just endure the pain. I really hope not. In fact, I'll try calling them and ask them. Jesus Christ, I hope not, man. I mean, you'd think that the trauma from having your two teeth mangled and messed up, or not, your teeth fixed without any anesthetic or anything like that, you would think that would just make the chances of relapse worse, just the trauma of that sort of thing. Ugh. Oh, thank you. Well, guys, it's already almost 7. We started this live stream at 10 minutes till 4. So we're probably going to end this live stream, okay? Pretty soon. They didn't sedate me when I got crowns. It wasn't painful at all. Really? Okay. Okay. Well, if it's not painful, that's good. I mean, they didn't sedate me when I got my wisdom teeth taken out. They merely gave me laughing gas, 10 there in New York. They'll inject a numbing agent in your gums. Yeah, that's what I figure. Something like that, yeah. I'm completely convinced that COVID caused my alcoholism. It got really bad because I did nothing but drink all day, every day during the lockdowns. Thank goodness I'm clean now. 3 years, going to be 4. Congratulations, Lewis. That's awesome, man. We need people like you on my channel. We got a lot of, warriors here who are fighting the good fight and, making it. I'm proud of you guys.
Yeah, after 25, I've had a hard time with my birthday. I think I just got attached to an idea of how I think my life was supposed to look like. Yeah, I think a lot of us go through that. Yeah, I can relate, man. I can totally relate. And I was just saying earlier, if I hadn't done those drugs, I'd be way further now than I am. I'd probably have my own kids and be with someone I love, and I'd have a life, man. I'd have a good life, probably. It sucks, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I can only do my best now. Depends on clinic, but some dentistries still use gas, and The trap of most drugs begin when you start to do them daily. It's almost always the same trap. Body adapts, increased dose, feel normal. Yeah, I agree. With heroin, it's like a succubus. It lures you in slowly, and then it has you. You're also very young still, Anne. Lots of time to do the things you want. Thank you, Finesse. I mean, I'm 35. Unfortunately, as a woman, I don't have much time to have kids if I want to. Just be real. Got about probably 10 years before that's over. Yeah, it's, you start out once a week, and then you start every other day of the week, and then it's every day, and then it's twice a day, then it's, you can't go without it for like 10 hours or less without getting dope sick. It's very sinister. It does lure you in. You think you have control over it, but it controls you. Just like anorexia, just like eating disorders. You think you have control over it, then it controls you. Yep, it traps you. But there is a way out. It's not hopeless, because otherwise I wouldn't be here if it were all hopeless. Does the wind chime ever make noise? I could move it around. Would you like for me to do that? I can move that thing around and make noise. It's not windy in here. There you go. You did an amazing job. Thank you. Yeah, too bad there isn't some type of medication that feels exactly the way heroin makes you feel, but doesn't have all the adverse, terrible effects, only benefits. That would be awesome, but if a drug like that existed, they would not give it to us. They would not, Big Pharma's not going to make money off of a cure. They want for sick people to keep coming back to them. They want forever patients. That's why you got this Ozempic being given to people who don't need it. People who actually have eating disorders getting Ozempic. That's why, they're transitioning little children left and right and trying to manipulate parents into doing it by telling them that their kid will kill themselves. It's all Big Pharma trying to create forever patients. It's lucrative for them. They don't care about us. And if there was something kind of, that got rid of pain, managed chronic pain as well as heroin would, if it didn't have all the other bad effects to it, they would not give it to the public. They would not reveal it. And I bet they could come up with something like that. I'm going to try Mad Honey, by the way. I ordered some. I ordered some Mad Honey, and I did my research into what brand I should get, because you'll find a lot of fakes. So we'll make a video once I receive that too, I'll show you guys how it makes me feel. I'll show you the brand I got. I'm not sure what it's gonna be like for me, but we'll see. I've always wanted to try that. And actually, this time I got the idea seeing Joe Rogan give someone a guest on his podcast some Mad Honey. I'm like, okay, now I really have to try this. And he said, you can get it online. I'm like, no. I thought it was one of those rare things that you can't have over here, you know? Up in it is a rare thing to come by. It is, well, I don't know about rare to come by. You can buy it, but it's hard to harvest. Because I guess it's all the way up in the Himalayan mountains, like in the cliffs or something. Let me show you. It's pretty cool. Got myself a little bamboo spoon for when it comes. And I think they said it's now on its way. Ooh. So I'm subscribed to X Premium now, by the way. It's only $5.49 per month. Every month for 2 months. And then it'll be $11 per month. I can probably, yeah, I mean, if I can make money on this, it'll be worth that. It's also nice to be able to, again, I only did that because I wanted to be able to send messages to other creators like Asmongold and, you know. But we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. I'll look more into that. Your order confirmed. For some reason I'm not able to get into my other email here on my laptop. I can do it on my phone, but for some reason it's not showing my other email. Is it add account? Probably don't even remember the password though. But, come on. Okay, cool. Let's get it. There we go. Cool. Yeah, real Mad Honey. Where is that coming? Track package. In transit almost. Cool. It's good. Looks like it's gonna be here. Saturday. Expected delivery date August 8th. That's way sooner than I thought. Cool. I'm looking forward to that. Okay, now you got your glasses on. This is your sophisticated saying. No, what? That's what I'm talking about. We're about to end the live stream soon. I was going to read a few Bible verses because we do that at the end of every stream usually. So yeah, let's do that. Let's read some Bible verses and we'll have, that'll be in the end of today's stream. Might start one later tonight, but we'll play it by ear. Man, I do tend to, get a lot of views and subscribers at night for some reason. I wasn't expecting that. So I'll try to do both, but we'll see. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Yeah. Buy Willie Nelson's infused bottles, Mellow Dang alcohol distributors. So belay it, our government. I've never heard of that, but I'll write it down just because I'm curious. I love Willie Nelson. I like that song, Borderline. Just across the borderline. Mellow Ding Alcohol. Okay. We'll see what that's like. I wonder. I don't know. I paint code. Doctors get commission from Big Pharma to prescribe their drugs. We better get our Mad Honey before Big Pharma takes it away. I'm very curious to know what this is going to be like. My sister's 5'6", around 130 pounds, and her doctor wrote her an Ozempic script. It's wild that they'll push on you for Big Pharma. Oh yeah, it's sick. She doesn't even have like diabetes or anything? That's sick, man. Oh my God. I almost got Xanax trapped. I didn't know it was that addictive. I was just prescribed for anxiety and started doing, yep, precisely. They don't elaborate any further, man. Just, you need this. Don't even question it, because I'm a doctor. I'm smarter than you. Question it, always. Ask more people. Ask more, get more other opinions. Go online and do research. You can find a plethora of different experiences from people telling the actual truth. Big Pharma caused the opioid crisis in America, and that's a fact. That is absolutely a fact. Yeah, and the worst part of the honeymoon phase where you feel great before COVID, I drink maybe 2 times a year. Yeah. I wonder if COVID had anything to do with my downward spiral, just all the confusion and the trying to substitute it and losing everything and, hitting rock bottom, essentially. Being addicted for like 4 years, and then suddenly once COVID hit, I started injecting. That's when I started injecting it. That's when things really started to go downhill around that time. Then when my best friend died, it was even worse. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people became heroin addicts during COVID. Nothing else to do. If you have more money, order Full Spectrum Blend by Viable Solutions Kratom. I'll Google it. I did kind of splurge on that honey. I don't plan on just spending money like that right now, but I'll write this down and I'll invest in it sometime. Yeah, let's see. Full Spectrum Blend by Viable Solutions. Okay. Okay. I'll look that up. Thank you. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if most people's drug addictions start over the counter. It's like once their insurance doesn't cover their opioid medication, they have to resort to street drugs because they're cheaper. Happens to a lot of people. Mad Honey, that red honey packed with super nutrients, is an awesome idea. Yeah, let me show you the kind I'm getting here. Let's see. Oops. Just gonna read the Bible in a minute, but let me show you the honey I'm getting. show images? Oh, here it is. Now, honey, view order. It's called Real Mad Honey, and I'm not sponsoring it, by the way. It's this stuff here. It's got really good reviews, it seems. And I looked it up, and this stuff is like top rated, apparently. Let me show you. This stuff here. That's the type I'm getting there. Not sponsoring it, but we'll see how that is. I'll give you guys a good review, good honest review. Probably take a while before the psychoactive effects kick in. But we'll see what that's like. Congratulations on your sobriety and everything you've overcome. I hope you have many fulfilling days of happiness and peace. Thank you, man. Psalm 34. Oh, and thanks for streaming today, Ann. I was having a rough one today, but hanging out here with you and your audience gives me relief. That means a lot to me, Lewis. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. And thank you guys for all the support and the donations and the gifts. I really, really appreciate that. Man, yeah. Yeah, I don't mind shrooms and stuff. I don't mind, you know, psychedelics, really. In fact, I've heard they're really good for people who are trying to overcome heroin addiction. It's good for depression in microdoses, apparently, allegedly, I should say. And so fucking cool. Thank you. All right, guys. I'm gonna read the Bible as we are getting towards the end of this stream here, and I'm having cramps. I kind of want to just chill now. Anyhow, let's read. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the star, Mez. Check out neuroplasticity and psychedelics. Sure. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of interesting information on that. Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to read probably chapter 15 or 16 of Proverbs starting out. Let's see. Actually, we might be on chapter 17 of Proverbs. Yeah. Yeah. Chapter 17. Wait a minute. Actually, chapter 18. My bad. Chapter 18, Proverbs. He who is estranged. Sorry, let me fix this. Okay. He who is estranged seeks pretext to break out against all sound judgment. A fool takes no pleasure in understanding, but only in expressing his opinion. Wow. A fool takes no pleasure in understanding, but only in expressing his opinion. There you go. I wanna highlight that because that's so applicable. That is so applicable. Tell that to the people with Trump derangement syndrome. A fool takes no pleasure in understanding, but only in expressing his opinion. When wickedness comes contempt comes also, and with dishonor comes disgrace. The words of a man's mouth are deep waters. The fountain of wisdom is a gushing stream. It is not good to be partial to a wicked man, or to deprive a righteous man of justice. Absolutely. Doesn't that remind you of that kid who stabbed that other kid and they made it a whole race war? Let's repeat that. It is not good to be partial to a wicked man, or to deprive a righteous man of justice. 100%. A fool's lips bring strife, and his mouth invites a flogging. A fool's mouth is his ruin, and his lips are a snare to himself. The words of a whisperer are like delicious morsels. They go down into the inner parts of the body. He who is slack in his work is a brother to him who destroys. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous man runs into it and is safe. A rich man's wealth is his strong city, and like a high wall protecting him. Before destruction, a man's heart is haughty, but humility goes before honor. If one gives answer before he hears, it is his folly and shame. A man's spirit will endure sickness, but a broken spirit who can bear. A man's spirit will endure sickness, but a broken spirit who can bear. An intelligent mind acquires knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeks knowledge. A man's gift makes room for him and brings him before great men. He who states his case first seems right, until the other comes and examines him. The lot puts an end to disputes and decides between powerful contenders. A brother helped is like a strong city, but quarreling is like the bars of a castle. From the fruit of his mouth a man is satisfied. He is satisfied by the yield of his lips. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruits. He who finds a wife finds a good thing, and obtains favor from the Lord. The poor use entreaties, but the rich answer roughly. There are friends who pretend to be friends, but there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. There are friends who pretend to be friends, but there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. I love that. I love that. That gets highlighted. Okay, so there are friends who pretend to be friends, but there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. Okay, so that was chapter 18. We'll read 19 as well. Better is a poor man who walks in his integrity than a man who is perverse in speech and is a fool. It is not good for a man to be without knowledge, and he who makes haste with his feet misses his way. When a man's folly brings his way to ruin, his heart rages against the Lord. Wealth brings many new friends, but a poor man is deserted by his friend. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who utters lies will not escape. Many seek the favor of a generous man, and everyone is a friend to a man who gives gifts. All a poor man's brothers hate him. How much more do his friends go far from him? He pursues them with words, but does not have them. He who gets wisdom loves himself. He who keeps understanding will prosper. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who utters lies will perish. It is not fitting for a fool to live in luxury, much less for a slave to rule over princes. Good sense makes a man slow to anger, and it is his glory to overlook an offense. And it is his glory to overlook an offense. A king's wrath is like the growling of a lion, but his favor is like dew upon the grass. A foolish son is ruin to his father, and a wife's quarreling is a continual dripping of rain. House and wealth are inherited from fathers, but a prudent wife is from the Lord. Slothfulness casts into a deep sleep, and an idle person will suffer hunger. He who keeps the commandment keeps his life. He who despises the word will die. He who is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will repay him for his deed. Discipline your son while there is hope. Do not set your heart on his destruction. A man of great wrath will pay the penalty, for if you deliver him, you will only have to do it again. Listen to advice and accept an instruction, that you may gain wisdom for the future. Many are the plans in the mind of a man, but it is the purpose of the Lord that will be established. I like that. Many are the plans in the mind of a man, but it is the purpose of the Lord that will be established. What is desired in a man is loyalty, and a poor man is better than a liar. The fear of the Lord leads to life, and he who has it rests satisfied. He will not be visited by harm. The sluggard buries his hand in the dish, and will not even bring it back to his mouth. Strike a scoffer, and the simple will learn prudence. Reprove a man of understanding, and he will gain knowledge. He who does violence to his father and chases away his mother is a son who causes shame and brings reproach. Cease, my son, to hear instruction, only to stray from the words of knowledge. A worthless witness mocks at justice, and the mouth of the wicked devours iniquity. Condemnation is ready for scoffers, and flogging for the backs of fools. We'll read one more chapter of Proverbs, okay? Chapter 20. This is good. Wine is a mocker, strong drink a brawler, and whoever is led astray by it is not wise. The dread wrath of a king is like the growling of a lion. He who provokes him to anger forfeits his life. It is an honor for a man to keep aloof from strife, but every fool will be quarreling. The sluggard does not plow in the autumn. He will seek at harvest and have nothing. The purpose in a man's mind is like deep water, but a man of understanding will draw it out. Many a man proclaims his own loyalty, but a faithful man who can find? A righteous man who walks in his integrity, blessed are his sons after him. A king who sits on the throne of judgment winnows all evil with his eyes. Who can say, I have made my heart clean, I am pure from my sin? Diverse weights and diverse measures are both alike an abomination to the Lord. Even a child makes himself known by his acts, whether what he does is pure and right. the hearing ear and the seeing eye. The Lord has made them both. Love not sleep, lest you come to poverty. I should take note of that. Stop sleeping in. Love not sleep, but it's good to get plenty of sleep, but not to overdo it. Love not sleep, lest you come to poverty. My sleeping schedule's been fucked. It's not that I'm lazy or anything. I just need to sleep better at night. Open your eyes, and you will have plenty of bread. It is bad, says the buyer, but when he goes away, then he boasts. There is gold and abundance and costly stones, but the lips of knowledge are a precious jewel. Take a man's garment when he has given surety for a stranger, and hold him in pledge when he gives surety for foreigners. Bread gained by deceit is sweet Bread gained by deceit is sweet to a man, but afterward his mouth will be full of gravel. Plans are established by counsel. By wise guidance, wage war. Quiet! Hush! Okay. Now I lost my place. Plans are established by counsel. By wise guidance, wage war. He who goes about gossiping reveals secrets. Therefore, do not associate with one who speaks foolishly. If one curses his father or his mother, his lamp will be put out in utter darkness. An inheritance gotten hastily in the beginning will in the end not be blessed. Do not say, I will repay evil. Wait for the Lord, and he will help you. Diverse weights are an abomination to the Lord, and false scales are not good. A man's steps are ordered by the Lord. How then can man understand his way? It is a snare for a man to say rashly, it is holy, and to reflect only after making his vows. A wise king winnows the wicked, and drives the wheel over them. The spirit of man is the lamp of the Lord, searching all his innermost parts. Loyalty and faithfulness preserve the king, and his throne is upheld by righteousness. The glory of young men is their strength, but the beauty of old men is their gray hair. Blows that wound cleanse away evil. Blows that wound cleanse away evil. Strokes make clean the innermost parts. That's beautiful. What happened to my bookmark? I have a bunch of bookmarks somewhere. Okay, be nice, guys. Be nice. We'll read 3 more, and then I'm going to end this stream. Might start another one later. We'll see. Jeremiah, I love this one. Chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, because we're about to end the stream. And I really appreciate you. I was never at Walmart, dude. I don't go to Walmart. Haven't been to Walmart in ages. In fact, my family never shops at Walmart. Even when I never went there as a kid, by the way. Never went there. I mean, there's one time I did go there when I went into my job interview one time. Not that long ago, like maybe a year ago. And, well, that wasn't that long ago at all, but I went in there just to use the restroom. Just saying. That's just the truth. Not that I really have an issue Walmart that much. I don't know much about it. A lot of people hate it, though. I guess they put a lot of people out of business, which sucks. You know? Okay, how about this? Matthew chapter 5. This one's very applicable. Matthew chapter 5, verse 11. Blessed are you when men revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven. For so men persecuted the prophets who were before you. John chapter 7, verse 7. And as they continued to ask him, he stood up and said to them, Let him who is without sin among you be the first to throw a stone at her. Look in the mirror before you judge other people. But when and I'm going to continue. And once more he bent down and wrote with his finger on the ground. But when they heard it, they went away, one by one, beginning with the eldest. And Jesus was left alone with the woman standing before him. Jesus looked up and said to her, Woman, where are they? Has no one condemned you? She said, No one, Lord. And Jesus said, Neither do I condemn you. Go and do not sin again. Again Jesus spoke to them, saying, I am the light of the world. He who follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of light. The Pharisees then said to him, You are bearing witness to yourself. Your testimony is not true. Jesus answered, Even if I do bear witness to myself, my testimony is true. For I know whence I have come and whither I am going. But you do not know whence I come or whither I am going. You judge according to the flesh. I judge no one. Yet even if I do judge, my judgment is true. For it is not I alone that judge, but I and he who sent me. Love that. One of my favorites. How about Galatians chapter 5, verse 16? But I say, walk by the Spirit, and do not gratify the desires of the flesh. For the desires of the flesh are against the Spirit, and the desires of the Spirit are against the flesh. For these are opposed to each other, to prevent you from doing what you would. Letter of James, chapter 1, verse 2, all the way down to 6. Count it all joy, my brethren, when you meet various trials, for you know that the testing of your faith produces steadfastness. And let steadfastness have its full effect, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing. If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask God, who gives to all men generously and without reproaching, and it will be given him. Amen. I feel like I should read a few more though, right? Or we just read it until 8 o'clock. We've got about 15 minutes, so... Yeah, well, we'll be judged in the very end. Life tastes good, Coca-Cola. Anyhow, sorry. Random. read now? How about another chapter of Proverbs? I was enjoying that. So, ooh, yeah, that's our bookmark. Okay. Chapter 20. Okay. Chapter 21. The king's heart of Proverbs. The king's heart is a stream of water in the hand of the Lord. He turns it wherever he will. Every way of a man is right in his own eyes, but the Lord weighs the heart. To do righteousness and justice is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. Haughty eyes and a proud heart, the lamp of the wicked, are sin. The plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance, but every one who is hasty comes only to want. The getting of treasures by a lying tongue is a fleeting vapor and a snare of death. The violence of the wicked will sweep them away, because they refuse to do what is just. The way of the guilty is crooked, but the conduct of the pure is right. It is better to live in a corner of the housetop than in a house shared by a contentious woman. The soul of the wicked desires evil. His neighbor finds no mercy in his eyes. When a scoffer is punished, the simple becomes wise. When a wise man is instructed, he gains knowledge. The righteous observes the house of the wicked. The wicked are cast down to ruin. He who closes his ear to the cry of the poor will himself cry out and not be heard. A gift in secret averts anger, and a bribe in the bosom strong wrath. When justice is done, it is a joy to the righteous, but dismay to evildoers. A man who wanders from the way of understanding will rest in the assembly of the dead. He who loves pleasure will be a poor man. He who loves wine and oil will not be rich. The wicked is a ransom for the righteous, and the faithless for the upright. It is better to live in a desert land than with a contentious and fretful woman. Precious treasure remains in a wise man's dwelling. Yeah. He who pursues righteousness and kindness will find life and honor. A wise man scales the city of the mighty and brings down the stronghold in which they trust. He who keeps his mouth and his tongue keeps himself out of trouble. Scoffer is the name of the proud, haughty man, who acts with arrogant pride. The desire of the sluggard kills him. All day long the wicked covets, but the righteous gives and does not hold back. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. How much more when he brings it with evil intent? A false witness will perish, but the word of a man who hears will endure. Wicked man puts on a bold face. But an upright man considers his ways. No wisdom, no understanding, no counsel can avail against the Lord. The horse is made ready for the day of battle, but the victory belongs to the Lord. Amen. All right, gang. All right, gang. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time, okay? So, thank you very much. Thank you, Mez. Oh, that was Proverbs. Thank you, Dustin. Love you too. Thank you, Solar Flare. Thank you, Mez. Thank you, just one passage reads me. I know I do that almost every freaking time, guys. Thank you, Sephiroth. I'm actually beating Sephiroth in Final Fantasy. Thank you, Dustin. Thank you, Bizzo. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Robert Belknap. Jocko Willink. Just make sure I wrote that down. Yeah, I will. Thank you. Thank you. If you're here, thank you, Lewis. Thank you, Chris X. And let's see. Thank you, Filippo. Hope you're doing good. Let's see. Thank you. Thank you, Tabby. Thank you. Thank you, Bill Mike. Thank you, Metal Gear Salmon. Metal Gear Salmon. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay. I know it's gonna take the. Thank you, I Paint Code. I gotta go back because I'm just not good at remembering all the names here. Thank you, Sarah. You're most welcome. Thank you, Sarah Hunt. Thank you, Finesse. Thank you, Tavi. Ricky Ticky Tavi. It's an old cartoon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, J. Charles. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was Chris Max or Chris X. I'm trying to remember. And yeah, I'm very, very grateful for your support of my channel, everybody. Thank you very much, and don't forget to like and subscribe. If you don't, you know, it's easy to forget, and you know, there are some channels that I've been watching for a while, and I didn't subscribe to them, so I'm trying to, you know, be better about that, because it really does help people's channel. If I'm getting a lot out of it, then I might as well subscribe, you know. But if you don't want to, it's okay. But it's appreciated. If you watch my channel, if you like my channel, why not? So it's great seeing you too. And I'll see you guys next time, okay? Look, it's just me being me at the end of the day. You have a good channel. I like your artwork mainly. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I share my Instagram here. You know, I'll get on to the next artwork shortly. Actually, I'll show you guys how I varnish that Christ painting once I am certain that it is fully, completely dry. It can take a couple weeks for that thing to dry completely. So we'll see. And I'll do that. Start a new painting. Maybe we can have a bet, you know, a little bid war on the next painting. Wouldn't that be fun? So then it'll be a watercolor, the next painting. Unless someone commissions me for an oil painting again, then I'll definitely be on top of that. So take care, guys. Don't forget that I've shared all my information here. If you'd like to commission me for a painting, I'm on top of that. So take care. Bye-bye. It's also in the description of my channel, by the way, all that information, just in case you lose it. Okay? Take care.